Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. This is episode 255. Got a major cool guest for you tonight, Clover the Dank, Clover 420. How you doing tonight? Tell us where we can find you first off, and then tell us how you're doing today.
Oh, doing good, my brother. We're out here in Oklahoma, getting geared up, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I'm pretty much just working on getting a little stoned right now. It's been a busy ass day, so maybe we can pack them up, load them up, maybe get a little high. How about that?
Of course. Wouldn't be fucking talking shit with Eagle if we didn't fucking smoke some weed.
Hell
I
yeah,
encourage it on this show.
got to get it kicked off to the right start. You know what I mean?
Right on. What do you got over there you're going to be smoking on tonight?
This right here. Well, God, what did I even grab? This must be that gelato that I'm smoking on right now. And then I was smoking some of this rosin here earlier, some Grease Monkey. Kind of hard to see. I don't know if the lighting's good enough.
Oh, it looks pretty good, man. It looks really good.
Yeah, a little live rosin. What are you smoking on over there, buddy?
I'm still smoking on some of this Twisted TK from Deep Southern Genetics. That'd be a Simple Man 420 on Instagram. It was
Hell yeah.
nice enough to send me. This is that TK times his Manja, or what is it? My Canopy. I don't know how to say
Okay.
that right, but and it's pretty good, pretty fuely. I like it.
Hell yeah. It's got that gas thing going on.
Very nice. Yeah. It's something that just is now coming back into the garden, man. The fuels have stepped away from the garden there for a little while, and they just came back in with the wedding cake and, of course, the TK crosses that I've got going now. So it's nice to have them back.
Hell yeah, dude. A lot of the pastries seem to be doing pretty well right now. The pie, the cake, the cookies. Feel like I'm talking like a bake shop half the time when I'm talking strains nowadays.
I can see that. I can see that. I mean, it's gone. Cannabis names have went through such a phase. I mean, it was all like, crazy shit there for a while. Thunderfuck and, granny panties and all kinds of goofy names there for a while. And some of it a little worse than that. Now it's came right over to like just foods.
Yeah.
Shit.
Like, yeah, they're all stoned. They're high. They got the munchies. Like, we'll get them. You know, used to be a lot of fruit. Blueberry, lemon this, orange that. And back in the day, they used to get kind of creative, like Titanic and all sorts of cool names. But yeah, it seems like that Mac right now is the highly sought after cut. Have you had a chance to work with the Mac?
I have not yet. I have not had a chance to work with the Mac, but hopefully someday. Hopefully someday.
Oh, God. It's becoming more readily available. So
I'm almost.
What are you growing back there in your garden, buddy?
There's a whole lot of everything in this garden right now. I don't keep a list, but there's let's see here. There's J1. There's some of Med Grower's smash cake, some of his garlic punch. We've got some Can of Queen's Manja Delight over there, and Jack's Velvet Punch. We've got some that Twisted TK, Agent Orange, Jelly Bean, and Sangria, and Mr. Tight's Gorilla Glue, or barbecue Gorilla V2 up running here, and Dominatrix Primal 2, and Yeah, that's pretty much what's in flower and floating around right now. There's lots more.
Hell yeah. You run soil, cocoa.
A little bit of both at the moment. A little bit of both, man. I've been a cocoa grower for some time, but since I've been doing the show and talking with all these people that do organics the thing now. Everybody's wants organic. Everybody's. So I had to give in a little bit. Smiley's Gardens is, of course, a great organic gardener there, and of course, friend. So he hooked me up with some earth boxes back here. It's got like a coots mix, Smiley's take on a coots mix, I should say. So there's some organics back here, but at the moment, I'm still cocoa. I'm still cocoa officially.
Weaning your way over little by little.
eh, they have their way. They have their way.
Hey, I always tell guys, if it works for you, go with what works for you. Don't be afraid to try new things, but hell, if something's been kicking ass for you, for the past few years, of course, your growing career or, your hobby time. I mean, really, you can pretty much, I mean, just dial things in one product at a time, one strain at a time. You don't have to go make major changes. And I actually find that keeping things stable and consistent in the grow room and finding the genetics that are going to work well in your system is what really matters, because it's really easy to try and chase things that are doing well in other people's systems and whatnot, and kind of overlook maybe how well something is doing in your system just because of a name, or reputation of a strain. So I always try to use my eyes more than anything. Try and take a lot of the guesswork out. I hate having to guess, like how much nutrients need what. The plant can't tell me that. I can go off, parts per million, my ECs run off and all that shit. But at the end of the day, like, I'm guessing. So I've always personally favored the living soil, because you can create a pretty much a little living earth, instead of having to feed the plants directly. As long as there's enough food material in the medium, the plants can simply draw it as they need, as long as their pH is level, and they're healthy, and that goes into the moisture content of the plants too. Some people, they may think they're trying to figure out all these problems and everything. It can simply just be pH, or you overwatered or underwatered, some of the most common mistakes that I see. Yeah, back to the original thing. I mean, yeah, just going with what works for you, and trying to create a stable pH environment and a healthy, living ecosystem underground. Healthy microbials are so key in the garden, and I'm not afraid to, throw a little extra or whatever, just to ensure that I have microbials in there at all times, and I always make sure I give trace amounts of food here and there. I'm a fan of giving water quite a bit, but I love giving them teas. They seem to respond very well to that. Also ensuring that if a plant's doing very well and feeding very heavily, they can kind of draw more nutrients from those teas that you're giving them as they need them, without us having to guess. So it takes that big guess of how much food should I give my plant out of the equation. And ever since I've ever worked with the living organics, and the more I learn about amenities, the more I dial in a stable pH system throughout the entire grow process. There's things in the soil that help, like dolomite lime, that really aid to that, keeping a consistent pH, counteracting and knowing the pH of your living soil. and counteracting to make sure that the water going in and the soil are going to meet at a medium to where you have an optimal nutrient uptake pH. So say, for example, if you have a hot soil like super soil, you know, running at a 7.0, really hot, you want to introduce me like a 6.4, 6.5, so that way it meets right in the middle around that 6.8 optimal nutrient uptake. So that way everything balances out. The lime will keep that pH stable throughout the grow process. And as long as, you know, you're paying attention to the little things, making sure you always pH after doing anything you do to your water, you know, whether you add CalMag or whether you do a tea, or even if it was you pH the day before, you know, that it swings. So I always, it's almost like the, measure twice, cut once type rule. You know, you always want to pH twice and water once. So always do those little things, and it could save you a lot of trouble, for a lot of guys out there who, me getting started or just simply chasing their tail, trying to figure out some of the things that are so simple for us to fix, but that's just kind of a little tidbit about what I do, and what I've found through, my process and living organics and living soil, learning from Sub over the years, I mean, learned quite a bit about soil. But I'm no build a soil rep or anything like that. Don't get me mistaken. I digress.
Yeah, I miss Sub. That crazy fucker. I miss that guy.
Yeah, I miss that motherfucker too. Is like a brother to me. A mentor, an idol. I really, I always looked up to him. Pretty shortly after meeting him and everything. He's a pretty special guy. And he definitely had a bigger passion for cannabis and had a keen eye for the plant. He wasn't always the best troubleshooter, kind of like myself, man. We're not, but man, when he had the eye for the dank, he knew when something wasn't right with the plant just by looking at it, and yeah, I can't, lost for words that really, how much he's changed my life, and I'm sure just countless of lives all over the world, through his genetics and teaching, and just by kind of going live and shooting the shit with people, and sharing his passion with the world, and to overgrow the planet, like fucking handing out as many seeds as possible, man. I mean, God, I don't know anybody who hasn't fucking talked to the guy and he hasn't shoved a pack of seeds in their chest. I mean, he's a bad motherfucker, man. So that's one thing about the project I got going on right now, the Hall of Dank, working to get that out there together in Oklahoma. And a big part of it, as far as genetics, what we're doing underground, everything is a lot of it's going to be through Subcool's teachings, and what I've learned with him over the years. And I'm going to be trying to do some things in a commercial environment that not many people do, because they're more focused on, I guess, the bottom dollar of, cost going in, maximum profits going out. I'm about the dank. It's like, hey, we can hit our numbers, but, let's focus on what's really important here. The quality organic material. And when I say organic, I mean third-party organic approved material, where it's not just organic because they say it is, or it's organic because it has a partial amount of organic material in it. So we're pretty strict on that stuff. Yeah, and I mean, to the genetics of, from, gosh, I mean, there's so many guys that have worked with Sub too. I mean, like Badger and North Star and many others over the years that And we're definitely going to be working with a few of those guys to kind of help continue pump out that dank legacy, and maybe hopefully in the future do some breeding projects with some of these amazing genetics we're going to find. We're looking to, crack about at least, right off the bat, 55 strains or so on the list right now of just between Subcool's old menu and what Badger has going on. So, and I'm going to start working in North Star and some of these other guys as we go, but we want to make sure that we have, a garden completely filled with the dank and grown, organically in a living soil. I'm going to select probably, through each strain about 50 seeds a strain. With stable genetics, you don't really need to go cracking, 500,000 seeds. It sounds cool as shit, but when you got stable genetics, you just don't really need to do that. So that's kind of our plan, man. We're going to go on a big pheno hunt. We just, got approved for everything. They accepted our offer for the property, and, we got a lot of work to do as far as the details of the build and getting everything together, getting started. So I've been thinking and obsessing pretty much on that, quite a lot. So yeah, that's just kind of a little bit what we got going on. And I'm really excited what we're going to be able to bring to the state of Oklahoma and the cannabis community. I mean, the laws are changing. The world is changing, when it comes to this cannabis thing. And a lot of us, guys have been underground for a while or, doing things just, kind of, on our own. I always urge people that are looking to take that next step in the industry that have been growing for a long time, that got good skills, that want to, learn more, to, to do research into, cannabis laws and the loopholes and the things that make the business work. Because the more you learn about the business and the states that you're operating in, say even if you aren't even in the state, you can see how Colorado operates, you can see how Oklahoma operates, you can see how California is operated, and you can see mistakes that states have made. You can see that some are very regulated, some are very over-regulated, and some are almost like Wild West, wide open. So there's places out there that, I mean, you can't even step foot in the industry, without having $1 million, and then there's other situations where it's like, man, all you got to do is be a resident, and you can grow in your house and get licensed and distribute. So I always tell people, don't be afraid to get up off your butt and get out of the state that you're in. If you really want to make something happen, just make sure you do the research and all the laws and all the regulations surrounding it. Make sure you go look in the bill. Don't be afraid to talk to an attorney. So that way, if you're going to make a move, try and make a smart one for yourself to get in the industry. At the same time, there's also other businesses out there that are established, and all you got to do is, simply get involved, and you never know what could present itself. There's companies out there that, relocate people. There's companies out there that, will take good care of you. At the same time, there's other companies out there that will dick you, and pay you $10, $11 an hour, and shit like that. So you just gotta, do your research and, kind of understand who you're messing with. And the more you learn about it and your trade, whether a hash maker, an edible maker, a grower, or a trimmer, whatever you do, it's just all about educating yourself. There's no, we got Oaksterdam University, but there's no real college to this stuff. So educate yourselves, get out there and be proactive, get involved, talk to people, if you want to learn more about your grow products, reach out to your company reps and ask them about their products that you're using. If you use Great White, Microbial, or if you're running a nutrient line or whatever, you can be surprised how helpful that can be by just reaching out to those people and just kind of talking shop with them. So a lot, don't take that power away from yourself. We can definitely do so much more when we push ourselves and really try and think outside the box, and so it's just kind of like my 2 cents on some things.
Shout out to you, brother, for heading to Oklahoma and fucking making that dream fucking come true, man. And I think when I think weed nerd, I think fucking Oklahoma right now. That unlimited plant count, that dream right there, being able to fucking house as many fucking strains as you want to fucking keep, you know what I mean? Work through them fucking packs that we all, that's what eliminates. I hate having to cull the garden. I popped hundreds of seeds, hundreds of strains. And you wish you could keep them all, but now Oklahoma, shit, that's possible. That's possible, man. If you can keep them alive, man, that shit's possible, man. That fucking Smiley said the other night, man, when I was talking to him, he was like, we were talking about NorCal there. He was like, man, when I think Cali, that's what I think of, mountains, the Emerald Triangle and shit like that. I said, when I think of the cannabis, man, I think of the flat fucking lands of Oklahoma. That sounds like weed to me, man.
Damn right, dude. Yeah, Oklahoma, man. It reminds me a lot of like Colorado in the very beginning stages, where you could, do things in your home. It has opportunity for the small businessman. I mean, because that's what most of us are, who kind of got in here and, filled up rooms in their house or whatever and just, sustained, paid their bills, and I can't stand it when a state takes that away. I really believe that, as long as people are in the right building and the right zoned area, obviously not having, you don't want to do shit in apartments or anything, but yeah, I mean, if you can have inspectors come in, you can pull permits for things and have all that done and have the fire marshal come in and deem things safe. I mean, I feel you should be able to do it in a home, and be able to distribute to a shop, and a lot of those small little gardens will probably pump out much better quality than a lot of the larger operations who are just filling up 100 lights, 200 lights in a room and just going for it with fucking maybe 20 fans in the entire room, and they're scratching their ass and fucking wondering why the hell do we got PM, so it's just like it's like that, man. But yeah, Oklahoma definitely wide open, man. I like the laws, and I like the freedom of being able to, get in there and not be so fucking over-regulated that, you're having to pull teeth just to, produce a plant and distribute it. I mean, it's really, really bullshit the way some of these places operate. But things are changing. The world is changing.
I never thought we'd make it this far, man. Just to see us in this place, I'm very grateful, very grateful. But again, I'm not hoping this is the plateau by any means. I hope it just keeps continuing. Hopefully, with Oklahoma rules.
Yeah. Oklahoma. I'm a bit of a cougher, by the way.
Cannabis can do that to you sometimes.
Dude, I take hellacious bong hits. Even when I don't, like if I'm taking a little hash hit out of whatever, I rip that fucker until it makes me about choke.
think that old mentality. I still am old. I'm still one of them cats that always hold them hits in for a few minutes, a few seconds, a few minutes. I wish, a few seconds, way too long till it's making me cough. I find myself trying to do it with dabs too, just till my eyes want to practically explode. My body's like, this isn't right.
Yeah, I
Let it
fucking killed
go.
myself with dabs. Huh. That ain't. It's like the whole polar opposite, man. I mean, I about fucking have to take like a 5 minute timeout after I take a head shit.
It'll get you, man. That stuff will get you for sure.
Yeah, man.
So what? Let's take a walk back, man. Let's take a little walk back if you don't mind talking about some past stuff. You know what I mean? So when did Lady Cannabis come enter in your life, man? When was that first time that you actually smoked the plant, handled the plant?
Oh man. First time I actually ever smoked, man. I was probably like fucking, 13. My sister, um, had an apartment and everything, and a husband at the time, and I went and spent the night over there, and her husband thought it would be funny as hell to get me stoned. He had this big motherfucking like peace pipe that was made out of glass. It was some straight hippie shit, like the fucking chameleon glass that's ever changing every time you smoke out of it. And man, he loaded that fucking bowl that was like a 3 gram fat. I mean, like I said, this is a peace pipe. I ain't never seen a motherfucker with a glass peace pipe. And dude, he packs this motherfucker up, and he looks at me and he scares the shit out of me. He goes, "You better rip this motherfucker, and or if you don't hit it hard enough, I'm gonna punch you right in your face." And I thought he was serious. He was joking around, but man, I was scared for my life. And he fucking lit it for me and pulled the little carb on the bottom off. And yeah, that smoke filled up yellow thick, and I was choking and gagging for the next hour until I about puked everywhere. And first time I got high, man, and I loved it ever since. So yeah, the as far as like the first time I ever grew, man, that's a little bit of a crazier story. And I was actually in kind of a bad way. I grew up, kind of hopping around and stuff. I had a single mom for a while, and um, during my transition from like going to 18, I kind of bounced around a little bit. Fucking crazy kind of situation leaving home. So I ended up staying, with a bunch of buddies. When you're like freshly 18 and stuff, you don't care about shacking up with friends. It's just cool as hell that y'all even have an apartment and y'all got a place to party. So that was kind of like our mentality. And then everybody got into fucking blow, except for me. And then that took a pretty interesting turn there. I'm sitting up there at fucking 4 a.m. taking bong hits with everybody while they're all fucking geeking their heads out, man. And and I knew that situation wasn't going anywhere good. I mean, I had buddies that were fucking doing all sorts of crazy shit, and I was like, man, I need to find my way out of here. And I was just so obsessed with, all the different strains already. I didn't even know that you could get seeds at the time, really, but then I found that out online. I found this place called the Attitude Seed Bank, and I was like, what the fuck, what the hell is this shit? And I started checking it out, and I was like, holy fuck. And we bought some seeds, and they ended up coming in, and I ended up growing them out with a buddy that got another apartment to help get us away from all that shit. So we all kind of band together to get this apartment. We grew these little shitty plants, and they turned out pretty good, as far as, didn't know what the hell we were doing, and so from that point on, I just kind of, took it from there. I was just hooked on it, and I wanted to learn more. And over the, next about year or two, I started kind of working my way into my own apartment, and and about that time, that's whenever I got introduced to Sub, and we used to hang out all the fucking time in this thing back in the day. It was like a MIRC chat, like a Merc chat. It's like the undernet, man. And there's like a small group of us. We would just sit in there and fucking, it'd be active all day, and we just come in, post some pictures, and fucking talk about growing or bullshit about what's going on until somebody talked about growing again. So like, it's really crazy. That it, and now it's like Instagram, YouTube, everything. I mean, so it was like, this is before Weed Nerd and everything. So, I mean, I remember at that time, he started teaching me about super soil, and because I was like doing like stupid shit, it didn't really make too much sense. I just didn't know what I was doing, like going back to what I said earlier, bad at guessing. So, yeah, I started working with the super soil, man, and I remember asking him, like, dude, I kind of want to grow out some of your strains, like what would if I ever had to grow out anything? His menu wasn't extensive back then. I mean, you had all those keepers though, man, like the fucking Dairy Queen, the Cheesequake, the Jack the Ripper, the Space Bomb, fucking, Quirkle. And, I mean, it was a lot of the classics, man. And so, yeah, he told me, he's like, dude, fucking, said crop Vortex. And that was it, man. I ended up growing out Vortex with super soil, and it was fucking insane. I mean, like anything that I've ever grown. Before that, I'd never had such a stable grow process. I'd never had such an exceptional strain. So even what I know now about Vortex, what I know now about, the super soil, it's like it makes so much sense. But back then I was just like, what the fuck, because it was just beyond words, and I remember it just smelled like rotting peaches and like this shitty smell, kind of lemons. I mean, it was just insane. I mean, it was like the most resinous fucking plant I've ever fucking worked with. It was just out of this world. And it was one of those no ceiling strains, is what we called it. Every hit you take will get you higher. I mean, it's not like a lot of stuff that's kind of out there where you can smoke a bunch of it and it just, you kind of know what it does. These ones, it gets a little scary. And make you sweat, make your heart race. But the flavor, is what keeps you coming back. It's not, I mean, you get so high off one hit. It's that flavor and the smell. So I had to start learning. There's just strains I did not want to smoke. And like that sativa like that, I mean, Sub, me, were like polar opposites. He loved the sativa, like the most insane sativa you could ever get your hands on. That's what he loved. The stuff that make your heart race, make you freak out. Like that's what got him stoned. And I wanted like, I love cheese, I want flavor, mellow, like the anti-anxiety. So like, yeah, man. I always knew that if I got a recommendation from him that it was going to be some balls to the wall shit, So, yeah, man, it's just crazy. It's crazy times and crazy memories too. Those are actually back in the day whenever Sub was still actually doing all the breeding with his own hands before Miss Jill even got involved, really. And as things went on, you know, and Miss Jill started getting involved with the breeding, and he was showing her how to do things. And, you know, um, you had other guys, you know, start helping him breed, you know, like I said, like from North Star, and then he brought in Jinx, all these other cats that, you know, uh, that have helped him through the years and stuff. And some were helpful, some kind of fucked them over, maybe went out and did their own thing or whatever. But yeah, there's I digress. I
Can't
probably
forget
need you.
Patrick, Heroes of the Farm. That's one of my more favorite collabs.
Oh, Heroes of the
Him
Farm.
and
Yeah.
North Star, and him and Heroes of the Farm, man. They both those two help deliver a lot of fire. You know,
Oh,
to what's up.
absolutely.
They definitely.
I've always loved their Zeros of the Farm posts. I know Sub looked up to those guys for quite a while.
Yeah, he definitely did. He definitely did. I was surprised there, you know, at the end that it came out like that. But they were close towards the end there of patching things up. It was, you know, a little bit bummer that we didn't see a little bit more of that, you know, come to fruition there.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that really kind of sucks about this industry. You know, it's not as organized as some other businesses, and that's what makes it kind of cutthroat. Um, Unfortunately, kind of simply said, you know, if you can't like trademark or, you know, own certain things to the fullest extent, I mean, there's people can just come out and, you know, take your shit and go on with it, you know, take your names and use them and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's wide open for that. And that's why you see so much backstabbing in the cannabis industry, you know, and really people would get so much more done if they work together and just find a way to come to an agreement, you know, where everybody's happy. There's a way to promote both brands within the same move, even, you know. I mean, how look at, you know, Sub and Kyle Kuchman, you know, they always fucking kept shit together.
Right on, right on. I actually, I don't like to give out too much, you know, shit about what I'm doing anymore. But I did talk to some official weed nerds today. Somebody we all know and love that will be coming back. Let's say coming back to the show. They were on not so long ago. Again, I don't want to drop too many hints because I might be able to nail it down. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. You know, it's another thing I've been very blessed about being able to do this is, you know, I've obviously seen you around chats over the years and a bunch, you know, St. Bernards, tons and tons of weed nerds, but it hasn't been up until this point. Obviously, I wasn't going to be able to get out and do a bunch shitload of traveling, you know what I mean? But with through this adventure, through subs, you know, the dream of, you know, community and the weed nerd dream there. I've got to, you know, meet a bunch of you guys and, you know, introduce ourselves firsthand. It's been awesome, you know, and that's one thing I like to say too, you know, cannabis and the cannabis community, I guess, has probably always been, but, you know, but when I think of it, I really do. I attribute that shit to Selb and the weed nerd community, man. You know, we were one of the first ones to reach out and bond together and fucking hang, make it a point, call ourselves weed nerds and shit. You know, I think a lot of this online shit, this, you know, hanging out in the chat rooms, all stems from, you know, a lot of sub pushing it. You know what he did. So, you know, I attribute a lot of things to him. My love for cannabis in a lot of ways, a lot of way I do still do things, but man, I still, you know, cherish him for, you know, creating this community, man, that still pushes on, and I hope it keeps, keeps pushing on. Well, from your people like yourself and a lot of other people, Missy, wanting to carry on some breeding and keep his name alive. I think that's fucking awesome, man. I really do. He touched more people than you know people even realize, there's so much negative bullshit. And it was so fucking easy to push around, but man, nobody took time to, ask any questions or, there were so many fucking real people that were just so disgusted by, what was being said is, you know, great, man. I do miss that dude, man. Every time I see a post, I still can't watch Weed Nerds as much as I'd like to go back and watch a lot of the older episodes. I can't, man. That fucking when I'm listening to some tunes and shit, and I hear him talking in like some endo dope songs and shit like that, man, I get chills, man. I do. I miss that cat. I actually think I had. I don't think I know. I actually had a moment with that cat like about a week ago, to be honest with you. And it was like right around the time I would have normally had, a phone call with him and shit. And I was thinking, as I was watering shit, man, I'd fucking trade just about anything to have one more conversation with you, fucker. And I swear to God, I felt like fucking, he was there, and I fucking, so I kind of thought the questions, you know what I mean? What I would have wanted to ask, that night, And I swear I could hear him in the back of my mind. It might have been like crazy, one too many, good trips or whatever, but I could honestly hear him, in the back of my mind, fucking going, you know what I would say, fucker, do this, or this or that. I can really had a sense of, you know, I miss it. I do. I miss that cat. He was fucking a lot of fun, man. He was. He was a
Yeah, it
lot of
was,
fun to
dude.
talk to.
A lot of energy, dude. He had energy to spare, that's for sure. I miss him a lot too, buddy. Yeah, I try not to think of all the bad things. I always try to, when I think about it, I always try to think about the good things. And it was really, really hard for me for a while to, like you said, hear his voice, see him even on video or anything, pictures of him, and it's just, and I even took a break out of the garden, for a little while just to kind of chill out. And it wasn't until this year that I kind of got back to things. But yeah, I mean, man, it was like, you want to talk, dude, that first step, like stepping back into the garden felt like a really big one. But as I got into it, I just started getting more and more psyched out because I just started feeling that energy that I would get with him, and I don't know, just fucking, weed nerd out, man. I mean, fucking geek out about weed, and I mean, yeah, that's what I really miss quite a bit. Uh, Cheers to my brother Sub, man. As we would always say, let us toke.
Man, that's one thing that I wish that he would have got a proper, funeral. But I don't think, I don't think anybody would have, any one facility would have been ready for a fucking Subcool funeral. You know what I mean? I think we would have come just packing the dank, broke probably every rule any facility would have had celebrating. So maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best. He deserved it. He would have deserved it.
Yeah, man.
Probably wouldn't even have been able to carry that damn coffin from all the dank being stuffed in it. It probably would have had about fucking 100 pounds of just dank stuffed in the coffin.
Yeah. Oh man.
By the way, I think that's the way I want to go out, guys. If you guys are listening and something ever happens to me, That's the way I want to go out, man. Just pack that funeral. Everybody come, pack a sample in there, and then set that fucker on fire. Once that coffin's full, set that motherfucker on fire. Let it go.
Yeah, I think a Willie Nelson said it best. Well, just roll me up and smoke me when I die.
I think it's a better way to go out myself.
Yeah, I mean, he did what he loved. You know, what I mean, for his whole life. I mean, there was nothing gonna stop him from cracking a seed, man. I mean, that's the first thing he did whenever he got out of prison. Like most people are like, let's fucking, we got a lot of things to figure out. That motherfucker's over there thinking about cracking seeds. Like, you want to talk about a weed nerd? I mean, yeah, motherfucker's a weed nerd.
That's, I hate to say it, but man, that's one of the things that, made was, he was sick. He was obviously sick, but a lot of that too was, hurt. Flat out, man. And what had happened there towards the end, everybody, looking, throwing stones, and the bottom, being that raid, man, practically pulled his heart out of his chest. And when he had to pack up there and head into that RV, man, that was one of the toughest days of his life. And I remember the conversation I had with him, and it honestly was so tough to look down at the hands that said weed nerd and think to himself that he was never gonna fucking be able to be the weed nerd. He was so worried about never being able to take off and get the dream going again. It was honestly crushing him. And it was sad to see. I sat there every day. I'd talk to him and tell him, something's right around the corner. You're the motherfucking weed nerd. Keep your head up and shit. But the reality of it was, man, it was tough for him. It was really tough, the blow that Arizona dealt to him. Tough motherfucker, man. He made it through so much too. Like you say, jails, fucking bullshit, tough marriage, running from a fucking fire, all to make it to Arizona to have, Arizona deliver a fucking nasty punch to life to him. But,
And the fucked up part about it is now Arizona's now recreational. It's
for you, Subby. I miss you. I do miss that cat. He was a good dude. I don't care what anybody says. He was fucking top notch in my book.
Same here, man. I mean, I don't have a very big circle, and there's definitely
That's what made the weed nerd thing special. A lot of us as growers keep a tight circle, but when he came on and fucking we logged in, the circle became that much bigger for a little while. You know what I mean? We weren't afraid to fucking talk and let our guards down to fellow people that were just like us and shit. He made us feel like we could fucking hang out with each other. It wasn't the circle wasn't so tight.
Yeah, man, he's like a true he's a real true person. He loved what he did, and at the same time, he wasn't afraid to tell you the truth. I remember back whenever I was very first learning about Super Soul, and I asked him a question about it was about something to do with like the Super Soul and me bringing my trash cans inside or whatever, I was freaking out because I left them out and it froze. And, you know, I was like, well, what the fuck? You know, I was like, what's up? You know, I froze my soil and shit, you know, and I brought it inside. I'm trying to thaw it out, you know, what the hell's going on? He was like, dude, the earth freezes all the time. And I was just, I don't know, man. That shit, though, is hilarious.
That's one of the traits I loved about him, though. You know, that's fucking. I've got nothing but for respect for people that are straightforward like that. You know what I mean? That ain't afraid to put, tell you like it is, straight cut, shoot some shit. And he had that quality, and I dug that shit about him.
Yeah. And, you know, he, like I said, he knew quite a bit about cannabis, too. And, you know, I was always surprised at how many people didn't pick his brain when he was around, you know, because I was like, man, the wealth of knowledge is the lifetime of experience, you know, just the amount of strains he's grown. I mean, everything that he brings to the table, you know, he, like I said, he's a true pioneer of the cannabis industry, you know. He was one of those motherfuckers out there, you know, at the events selling seeds, one of those first people doing it, you know. I mean, uh, it's really paved the way for a lot of things, you know, and there's a small group of people that have made that happen. I mean, you got guys, you know, like Jack Herrera and whatnot. That's like, you know, a guy he looked up to. Um, you know, good old Ed Rosenthal. Um, you know, and there's certain people I think that need to have strains named after them, and you know, uh, all three of those that I just named definitely deserve, you know, Sub, Ed Rosenthal, and Jack Herrera. He's obviously got a strain named after him. Um, yeah, I've been thinking about that because I was like, man, Sub needs his strain, man. Uh, and I already know if it would have to be his way, it would be one of them crazy sativas that have your fucking heart pounding out of your chest. But the flavor would be insane, I know.
Yeah, I think you're right. He very much should have a strain fucking named after him, but that'd be a tough one, man. It's gotta be like you said. It's gotta match the character. So you're right. It's gotta be that crazy sativa. Gotta be loud. So that'd be a tough profile to nail down to match it the man there. So that'd be, and it would have to. It couldn't be. You know what I mean? You'd have to just nail it.
Yeah, it's so hard because we could always sit here, you know, think what sounds great, but once you start actually doing it, you know, it may not turn out that way. The male's so hard to find. I mean, you can kind of look at them, you know. I mean, judge by like, all right, you kind of smell them, judge by their girth and their structure. You know, if it's got big old fucking fat, you know, sacks of pollen, you know, that has a big old structure looking like a fat cola. I mean, that's probably what your buds are going to look like. And if it looks all strainy and barely shooting out anything, it's probably the traits it's going to pass on. So, um, all we can do is use the senses we have, and I mean, shit, you just got to cross it with it at that point and figure out what it does. So that's why they say it can really take a lifetime to find, you know, a handful of good males.
So to answer Smoke and Grow Frazier's question there,
Mm,
I just had Mr. Soul on, and it was Flora Nugs, I believe, that asked the question if Soul would ever think about bringing back the Green Avengers strain, which would be pretty badass. I would totally fucking grab a snag a pack of that. But he was saying, isn't that named after Sub? That's the Green Avengers was had a lot to do with Sub, but that was more of the group. That was, named after the 77 or the Green Avengers, pretty much,
Yeah,
right?
that was his vision, was the Green Avenger, and the Green Avengers. I mean, that was kind of like his pre-Weed Nerd thought process. Weed Nerd just kind of summed it up better. You know,
Right.
yeah, yeah. I can't say that. I mean, man, I used to love Jelly Bean and Agent Orange and all that. They were amazing plants. Definitely brought some serious oranges to the table, and you find that the right Agent Orange, it was just like a bigger, improved version of Jack the Ripper, damn near. So yeah, I miss working with those. Right now, I'm just tidbitting with some cherry cordial, which is a Space Queen and Hell's OG, and then I'm also tidbitting with the Citrus Soother, the Zest crossed with Pennywise. Yeah, so I figured I'd just kind of be playing around a little bit while I'm waiting. I got some
And you
stuff
should
I
have
don't
got
want to.
in on the grow along, man. Wish you would have. I would have sent you that Agent Orange and the Jelly Bean. Is what I said along for the grow
Yeah.
along there. They
Yeah.
were actually first rounders. Some were actually, the real deal. I got them from North Star that were actually, true Agent Orange. They weren't the F2s going from Miss Jill there. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I
that's what
probably.
everybody's got going. That's what's back here. Actually, are them two,
Yeah.
Chili and Agent Orange, and Sangria is up there as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel conflicted with it now because she was so nasty to me, but um, uh, it was just out of the blue, it was kind of during their, when they were, parting ways. And man, she starts hitting me up talking about lawyers and gonna sue me over, if I don't take my pictures down off Instagram and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck,
She got
Uh,
me too.
dude, yeah, she got real mad and she went off on me. But I was like, man, yeah, very surprising. So after that, I just kind of really had a sour taste in my mouth, and to see, people out there trying to, tarnish Sub and stuff after that, and during that whole process, that was just so despicable to me because, I mean, I don't want to, I don't like to harp on negativity, but that whole situation in itself, I was like, man, it really upset me that, you know, uh, I wasn't involved in any way, but she just kind of made herself involved with a lot of people and that were in a circle and just made a lot of nasty comments and uh, yeah. So since then I was like, man, well, I used to love Agent Orange and Jelly Bean, but yeah, I'd probably still grow them out, for everybody because they're amazing strains and the history is always there. The amazing positive history.
Well, Clover, this was my figure on it. You know what I mean? Because I had the same feelings. I had this very same feelings about it. But I thought because I was one of the ones that were attacked too. Take the TGA out of your name. Fucking, I'm gonna sue. I still got all those messages and shit.
Yeah.
They're so fucking comical. They really are. But so I thought about that, and then I approached North Star, is who I've got the seeds from, the stock from, and I was like, hey man, I'm interested in doing this grow along, and he offered up the possibilities of some strains, and I was like, oh, how about okay, yeah, how about these ones, yeah, and it just made sense to hand out the real deal, not charge for them, but hand out. What better way to, even the playing field with a little bit of spike there, not just the F2s that she's beating up, you know what I mean, but to give away, I would think it was like 75 packs of each. To anybody that wanted them was like, here, grow it. You know what I mean? I
I
thought
remember that.
I honestly thought I was gonna get a whole fucking new set of fucking DMs from her, but it never happened. So
Oh
I
man.
was kind of thankful for that, but there was a little bit behind that.
Oh, just because of she wants to be nasty doesn't take away from how amazing the strains are and the beautiful history
Right
there
on.
behind them. So it's like can't let her come in and rain on the parade now.
No, that jelly bean was an extract favorite for a long time.
Oh,
Everybody
dude,
wanted
yeah,
that.
I still have pictures of
That
Jelly
much.
Bean on my wall. Um, that I grew back in those days I was telling you about when I was growing out all the classics, for the first time, learning about Super Soul for the first time and all that over a decade ago. you know, um, it was a jelly bean, man. I had one that tasted and smelled just like Tang. It was insane. And the leaves would turn a dark, deep purple, but the buds would stay a frosty green. I love that about it. And like Cheesequake, dude, I mean, that was one of those strains that, man, if anybody want to ever, look for a flavorful strain, you want to taste something that was just, jaw dropping. Cheesequake, man, was insane. Same thing with Dairy Queen. Um, insane fucking flavor. I had Cheesequake that was like a combination of just like grape candy and cherries and the cheesy, funky undertones, and tested at a very high level of mercy. So I mean, it was just like you thought OG Kush or Bubba Kush was heavy, man. Shit, that cheesecake could knock you out, and that would be coming from the Quirkle side, that heavy mercy content. It's good for pain. Also, really good for sleep.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites too. The Cheesequake. Actually, got some older packs of them. You know what I mean? You know,
Hell
some
yeah,
good
man.
stuff.
The throwbacks are the best, man. You can't beat the throwbacks.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back through and some of them. It's just so I'm sitting on so many beans right now. It's hard to work through, and you know, I'm not in such a rush anymore. With advances in cracking seeds, tissue culture, way of
Yeah.
preservation, working with stuff now. I'm not so much worried about it now. I've got some confidence one way or another they can crack them beans and get things to fucking get them started.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man. I'm like a fucking kid in a candy store whenever it comes to seeds. I love cracking seeds. Um, it's just like, man, you want to make a major change in your grow room? It's like fucking crack a seed. That's the way I look at it. It's like, where's Waldo, man? I mean, you're gonna find that motherfucker eventually.
I agree. I agree.
So
So
what
do
are
you
some
do any? I'm sorry.
you
Go
first?
ahead.
You first. I'm gonna take a bong hit.
I was. All right. I was just gonna ask you if you wanted to share like a little bit of like technique with us, maybe in the veg or something like that. Walk us out a little bit through your style of grow. I mean, you've kind of told us about your medium and whatnot, but you never necessarily told us about the way you like to grow. How you manipulate them, the light you grow, you like to use stuff like that.
Well, I'm gonna get done dying here. So pretty much when I started growing from seed, uh, I don't like to top because not all strains respond well to being topped, and I want to see that. So I actually do more of a low stress training technique, a little LST. And that's where, say, your plant's growing upward with your main stalk. Once it has a nice solid root base and a girthy stalk, and you kind of have a window to do this early in veg. It's not anything that needs to be exact. You can just simply go and squish the branch and then lay it over. So, I mean, it's still intact, but it's almost like topping the plant without topping the plant. You're just going to have to keep bending and working that stem, keeping it laid over. And those other branches on the bottom will work their way up. It's also an alternative to topping, say, if you don't want to, have the whole time frame issue with, topping your plants. It's kind of, you can practice it. You pretty much work the stems outward, flipping the heads over so that way they're kind of flopped down and letting them work back up to the light. That also strengthens the branches indoors. Because plants inside, they don't really get a lot of wind, so that's why, we have trellis support and all these other things so much. Not only to help support the buds, but they are weaker than usual because they're getting a smaller amount of light than they would outside, obviously. So, and that's why I also like to do a little subcool shake too. Once they're big, is what I call it, where you take your branches and kind of shake them. They have to be really developed for you to do that, though. You may break a few branches fucking trying it out. But yeah, I like to beat up my plants and work those stems outward. And then when you're talking from clone, I do tend to top early, and that's what I do it the way Sub taught me. Is where you have about 5 to 8 internode spaces. I like to wait till they're about 8. You want to make sure you're in a nice developed root system before topping, because if you top too early, then you're really fucking yourself. So I'd rather top a little too late than too early, So I always look at the plant and you can just judge it as a whole and be like, does this look like a plant that has a solid root system? Kind of make your judgment upon that. But like I said, the LST, low stress training in combination with topping as well works pretty nice. I know I've have some examples earlier on my Instagram of pretty much how uniform the plants can be when doing that. I believe in a long veg as well. A lot of people, they flower their plants out kind of quickly, the old 5-weeker, 5-6 weeks. I believe in an 8-week veg time. It allows I believe, that it allows the plant the proper amount of time to develop. I've noticed more potent cannabis out of it. Oh, there goes my phone. And then I've also noticed more yields as well, obviously, because the longer you go in veg, the bigger your yields. So, and there's also another little trick too, that when I am training these plants, the one thing I'm keeping in mind is to keep your main colas, the heads and the top of the canopy. You want to keep those flush, nice and level, because the plants can sense gravity. It comes down to breeding. Naturally, a plant outdoors will distribute most of its energy and this is indoors and outdoors, whatever, but it'll distribute most of its energy to the highest branch to catch pollen. That's what it does in nature. Because if pollen's floating around the area and everything, that big bud at the very top is going to catch that pollen, have the highest chance of catching that pollen. So you can trick the plant to evenly distributing its energy by having a level flush canopy. And you can significantly increase your yields by doing that alone. So a lot of these guys that are out there claiming the bigger numbers, are definitely utilizing that technique. Because it's kind of weird. Whenever I learned it, that's when I started hitting my big numbers. So I was like, man, cleaning up the plants properly, making sure you don't have any wasted growth underneath the bottoms. We call it, skirting is an industry term. We call it, you imagine like a skirt, halfway below the plants. You want it nice and stripped down. That's all going to be all the branches and leaves that aren't getting light, that are going to be big enough buds. It's just going to be larf anyway. Nobody likes larf, undeveloped bud. So, well, as we want a solid nug, and the better you can get it, skirting properly, whether you're topping or you're laying them over, making sure that you're doing your LST, you're working those branches outward, making sure that no branches, work overgrowing another one, turning your plants. Don't be afraid to turn them. So that way, whenever it's all said and done, you're looking at your canopy, it looks flat, yeah, and you'd be very surprised in the numbers you can get from doing that. But I'll tell you though, if you got a few that are really offset, higher than the others, it can kind of take a negative effect on that. So you always want to make sure to try and make the canopy as flush as possible. And it's not really too hard to do. There's a million ways to, I've seen people tie down plants. I used to tie them down and I tried that stuff, but they just end up growing out of it quickly. And especially when I'm using like teas and shit like that, the growth is so explosive. They bust right through it. So, I noticed that just you go in there, work them, at least, once a day. You do it more often, train your plants outward. And then eventually, once you have the distance around how big you want your plant in width, at that point, you can start letting them grow upward and training them into your trellis or your, say, your stakes, however you want to do that. So, yeah, the veg is very, very, very important. I'm a big believer in, trying to crush it in veg, because if you crush it in veg, you're going to set yourself up for, what you've been working really hard for. So, yeah, there's all sorts of tricks, man. As far as products, yeah, there's a list. I like to use, great white, green bicycles. Yeah, I like the green grow veg as a topper, as needed. I use the Roots Organic soil. I've always enjoyed Roots Organic. It's a great mix. I don't really worry about gnats and shit like that. To be on all honesty, my microbial life is so active that if I ever have any gnats, they end up dying, because I don't overwater and leave any standing water in the room. And on top of that, they're going to get killed by the microbials. So, yeah, and I don't do any IPM. I've grown for many, many years and haven't had PM in ever. I haven't had spider mites. I think that was the last thing I did have, and that was about 7 years ago. So ever since then, I've ran on completely clean garden off, integrated pest management, prevention, just being clean and making sure that I mean, I'm kind of an extremist, I'm not gonna lie. I literally will spray down fucking, my shoes and clothes and stuff like that, and box up things that come from outside, and I'll do that to anybody that ever comes in my house or in the cultivation or anything. In a commercial cultivation or even in your house, you can use like booties. They're a really good preventative measure. Procure gas. You can go into Procure, and they are I can't tell you enough. I can't tell you technical information about them really. They could do a better job at that, but essentially, it's like a harmless gas, and they have a liquid solution. You can pretty much mix up this liquid solution and spray down and desanitize anything that you have. And it would be like an alternative to H2O2 and bleach and, hard chemicals. Except it's not, it's even better than ozone. It doesn't, have the wear and tear that it does. So you can do the liquid spray for sanitization, and you can do the gas for bombing the room, killing off any spores or any microbials that are unwanted in the room. So, and you can also, you just turn your lights off and you can let it filter through your HVAC equipment and all that. It'll help keep your equipment clean and everything too. So yeah, and it's not, you don't have to worry about it being as harmful to humans either, like some of the other things, worrying about burning holes in your skin like H2O2, or fucking ruining your clothes like bleach does, and, having harmful residues. So, yeah, and being very, very clean. I mean, pretty much, I always tell people, cleaning every day is a very common thing. I mean, there's not a day that goes by that I don't clean my grow room, just to give you an idea. It's pretty much like a janitor when there's no water in there, you've done your LST for the day. It's like you clean, always be mindful of anything coming in, because the key to prevention is not bringing anything in the first place, and you never have to worry about pesticides and all that. So, yeah, taking precautions, is very key. Yeah, as far as, other products that I may grow with, yeah, dude. Let's see. From the Great White, I know I use their Myco. What is it? That liquid? What's it called? Trying to think of the name of that shit. That's the bong hit kicking in. Yeah. It's pretty much like it's food for the microbials, really, with some trace amounts of food, and and it's made by the Great White company, same people who make the microbials. It's the Myco Chum. I knew it was Myco something. It fucks me up because I also use the Extreme Gardening Mycos. I don't use their Azos because I use Great White, and I'm sorry, but Azos is so fucking expensive, and you run through it. And it makes no sense with the strains of microbials that are in that to the Great White. Great White is so much cheaper and lasts so much longer. I was like, well, I'll use their Mycos, but I'll just use Great White, in substitution of the Azos. And I've always seen amazing results with Great White. It's one of those products that like any grower can add to their system, and it does. It's just microbial life. It doesn't have food content in it or anything. And yeah, that Myco Chum, it's food for the microbials made by the Great White Company, and you can give it to your plants in trace amounts, but you can tell there's fucking molasses in that shit. So if you're using like a drip feed system or irrigation or anything like that, or the pump that you're using, you may want to make sure that it can handle the size of solid, and whatnot. Maybe want to get there's like grinder pumps out there too. I know there's like an Aero mixer. An Aero mixer is kind of a newer product. It mixes teas and acts as a watering pump. So whenever it's done mixing the tea, you just kind of convert it into the pump and you start watering with it. So it's pretty badass, the Aero mixer. Yeah, and as far as any other products, let's see. You got my ADHD going. We got fish shit. Fish shit is pretty fucking awesome. I'd say that's probably the newest product I have in the garden. And don't get it twisted. I mean, it smells, and it smells definitely like fish shit. So no mistaking about that. But it definitely has great results. Another one of those that can be added to any system and improve your system. Let's see. I was mentioning the Green Grow earlier, their veg, the topper and everything. They have a few other products and I've tried them out. I just, me running the living soil, it was just it's the super soil way. We just make tweaks to it by pretty much turning it to an extremist organic system, where trying to stay on the cutting edge of this stuff, by really bringing all the right companies together, if we get a product, say for like earthworm castings, I'm not just going to go get earthworm castings from the hydro store. I'm not just going to go get Big Roots, Wiggle Worm, or whatever the hell they have. I'm going to go get the best that I can get, so I'll go to Build a Soil and I'll order specifically, their red wiggler earthworm shit, which actually comes with some earthworms still living in it. So definitely not any fillers or conditioners in that bullshit. Down to earth. Man, I can't say enough about those dudes. They're the shit. If you're mixing soil, or using any dry amenities, organic amenities, I mean, they are just awesome. The quality of cannabis that Down to Earth promotes is insane. They have had it on lock. They don't have to have fancy bottles and all this. I mean, you look at their box, it's like this little biodegradable cardboard box. It's not flashy, but man, they really got it. They got it in. So, and they're cheap. Can't beat that. And let's see. Let's see any other products. Yeah, always, obviously Cow Mag. You always use that shit every watering. Even when they say use just water, add some fucking Cow Mag. Let's see. Yeah. Really, I do a lot of teas. I use a lot, mainly water. I know how much soil is going to last, right? Approximately for, how many weeks for 1 gallon or 5 gallons, 10 gallons, it's going to last. Some strains feed heavier than others, but I always leave myself a little bit of room to top dress with a little bit more soil. So that way I can always water in more food that way. And then I could always top dress with some amenities. Like I could top dress with some earthworm castings. I can top dress, with some of that, the Green Grow veg. I really get them going. So you can kind of work things in without necessarily having to transplant right away. You can kind of almost get that root system going and leave yourself that little bit of space, so that way you can even top dress with super soil, once it has a good enough root zone. So there's little things that you learn working with it, that really will take you to that next step and start getting you growing faster, saving you time, getting you off to a really healthy start. And when it comes to teas, man, the green bicycles, and just like I said, adding a little fish shit, add, your cow mag, your fucking, great white, every once in a while, a little trace amount of, microbial food, the fucking microchom, or whatever you use, whether you use like a molasses product or whatever carbs you use to feed your microbials. Around day 30, maybe day 45 of flower is when the only days I really give a heavy feeding to the microbials. Now, if I have like a 70 weeker, in flower or something like that, or even longer, you may hit a day 55, we're hitting them with some more teas. But yeah, usually last teas, day 45, day 30, I'm pulling a trick with them. I want them to get hungry. So I get them dry. You don't want them to droop. Don't piss them off, but you want them dry. You want them wanting that food, right? When they're established, they're going, they're ready, they're blooming, and then you get them real hungry and wanting it, and then you feed them a tea, or anytime you transplant, feed them a tea. It's a good rule of thumb, and get that nice explosion in flower. And day 45, you're hitting them at their last tea, making sure that they have enough gas to finish for your normal 8 to 10 weekers. So yeah, that's what it's all about, but if you pay attention to that system, not just the products, if you think about what's actually going on, is we're adding some more food through the top dressing and the teas, right? We're adding more microbials, because I'm sorry, if I ever do plain water, it's CalMag and Great White. I never give a watering without a little bit of Great White. What can a little hurt? So that's my rule of thumb. It's always going to be there, and I'm not worried about wasting that product, because one, it lasts quite a good while. And, when I hit my teas, that's whenever I do full dosage. It's all about trace amounts in the meantime. And that's the real key to organics, is making sure that it has what it needs and the medium is alive and thriving. So the microbials have food constantly. There's microbials constantly being introduced. The food material is always there when they need it. Because the beautiful thing about organics is, say, oh, fuck, I gave them too much of something. Well, if you give them too much of, food content, they may burn a little bit, but you're not going to really have any major issues, because, it's not like you're gardening with salts. When you're gardening with salts, it's like a firecracker with a fuse, because it's like, you only have so much range with salts before it really starts turning disastrous, because then you run into nutritional lockout issues, and that's anytime you introduce salts. So I always try to work really hard to keep salts low as minimum, even in cocoa. And I know you, Eagle, your cocoa, so there's cocoa out there that shit you get off the shelf and it's like, you test it, it's like 1,100 parts per million. What the fuck, this, and there's stuff out there you can get that's, steady, like 100 to 200 when you pull off the shelf. You're like, I can work with this, so stuff like that's very important. So I try to keep salts out of the mix. Never have any nutritional lockout issues. We use Epsom salt in the mix. A lot of weed nerds may know that. But yeah, I mean, food, active microbial life, man, feeding the microbials, and it's just like almost too easy, and that's why I love it. And I get to put my thought more into reading the plants, the timing. And I know that it's like, fuck, if I'm looking at the bottom of this plant, and it's sitting there starting to feed off itself and they're starting to fade on the bottom of the plants, they're hungry, so you always want to try and prevent that. Those are like your reader leaves, or those little fan leaves on the bottom of your plant, whenever the way we do things, because we're always pHing, once going in, and then once right before we water, after we've done everything to the water. So we know our pH going in is on point. Everything that is weighed out to the gram going in, that's a powdered amenity. So as far as consistency, we're really trying to dial in the most consistent product that we really can, because it's like, if I start leaving it up to all these bottle companies, mixing my bottles for me, I don't know exactly how much of what is in that bottle, and that's the one thing I learned through working with bottles. I was like, man, some rounds I'd kill it, and some rounds I'd be like, I kind of did a little F this time, or, so I had a lot of variance. A lot of commercial facilities that I've worked in, like I said, it starts taking all that guesswork back in. I was like, how much? I don't know what's in this motherfucker. They mixed it all up for me. So, yeah, I love being able to take every little piece, part of it, of what they need, and know exactly how much of what that is going in. And you can start making custom blends for strains. Start learning what they like, and start dialing it in piece by piece, and really learning throughout the process, instead of just being like, oh, I'm going to give it a half dose of this, or full dose of this. I mean, the bottles that I'm working with really are CalMag and the Myco Chum and Fish Shit. Those are the only bottles that I work with. Obviously pH down. But yeah, that's the only bottles I got in my system. Everything else is powdered form. It's not only cheaper, which allows me to, kind of spend a little bit more on good products and whatnot, and kind of really get a full system. But yeah, bottom dollar, it's like, wow, I didn't really spend too much on this, underground, which is nice. And shit, once you start figuring out how to, reuse this soil over and over again, and have it reconditioned by another company or something, and be able to get the same results, that's when we're really going to be killing it. So, still trying to figure that out though.
We're there though. I mean, as far as testing goes, what's available now to us for like soil tests and all that, and we don't have to like bow our heads down when we want to learn about something. Can't hide it? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not growing something else or something similar to. This is my soil. You can test it, see if I've got everything I need for that. Now I can go. I'm growing some fucking weed.
Oh yeah.
I'm growing some mighty good cannabis here. It's good. The soil's still good of what I need.
Yeah.
They can go, yeah, you need to add this. What I mean? So,
hell yeah, man.
Good
times. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know, the living organics. That's what that got me about it, man. It's not just, I guess, the because say for example, when you're going to piece together your super soil, right? And this is where I've seen a lot of guys mess up. Is it's like, man, there's only a few companies that you should even have to go to. You can go to Down to Earth. I mean, to get pretty much all those powdered amenities. between build a soil and down to earth, you can get everything for your super soil and grow fucking some of the sickest dank between just those two companies. And if you want to go on a bare bone super soil method, like guys just want to be easy and clean, so hell, just cow mag that water and fucking follow your time schedule. 3 weeks in a 1 gallon, 5 weeks in a 5 gallon. Finish her out in a 10. I like to finish out a 10-gallon if I have space. Finish her in a 7 if you're cramped. Just know if you're in a 7, you may run out of gas, so you may finish her a little bit sooner than you want to. But yeah, and you can feed, give her something like mycochum or a carb product that feeds the microbials around day 30, day 45 of flower, and you can really kill it with super soil. And a lot of things, one of the things that I like to add in my super soil too is I like to add a great deal of that great white in there, man. That shit, it makes for an even better super soil. So it's just one of the things that's not on the list that I like to throw in there. And you get a really killer web on your soil, as long as it's not like, sitting out right in direct sunlight. Like super soil ferments best when it's like in small batches. If you got like a 32 at max, like a 55-gallon drum, ferment them in small batches, have it lidded, and maybe about 3 gallons of water, and you get it diluted down, and you sit outside out of direct sunlight, kind of in the shade during the summer months and spring months where it's a little warmer. Make all your soil for the year, and you'll crush it. You'll get a nice web. And that stuff's really, really easy to work with and grows really, really clean and fun to smoke dank. I mean, if anybody hasn't tried it, it's definitely worth a try for sure. And it's not too expensive. You can knock out a 9-bag batch of super soil in between about $200 to $300, depending on where you live, and you fill your pots. And the 5 gallons and 10 gallons, you're going about 50% super soil and maybe 60% in flour. So maybe for a little bit for top dressing throughout. But yeah, man, it's a really easy system to use, clean, and plants love it. Not only that, but one thing that isn't spoken about too much, but yeah, all the seeds that the dank and were made in are growing bred in super soil. A lot of them, so whenever they're sitting there getting tested out, a lot of these results are coming back from super soil. So yeah, I know Sub always loved it whenever he saw something respond well. Like, and that goes all back to the original thought of, try and find things that respond well in your grow room, that respond well to your methods, what you're doing, because that's what really matters. It's really hard to trust the right people especially when you can go to the hydro store, man, and they'll spit a million different products at you. You walk in there and you're instantly overwhelmed with the amount of products you see, and that are even available. So I've really prided myself and trying to only use products that are third party approved, certified organic. I'm not like a no-till guy or anything like that. I'm just recycling a system that works very well for growing cannabis. But hell, I've seen stellar results from hydro to cocoa and everything too. So it's not like, you know, some of the best bud I've smoked has been hydro and cocoa. So it's not like, you know, that a lot of it you really have to give credit to genetics, not the method, you know, because man, you got good genetics, they're going to shine through, even if you beat them to shit. You know, some of these guys, you know, you see their stuff and they're working with a good strain and you're just like, man, it still kind of looks good. You know, even though it's kind of scraggly. But yeah, I'm always preaching, man. You got king genetics, it can really it can do a lot for you. So work, you know, grow from the right breeders, and you could never be happier. I mean, you got guys like we've named earlier. You got, you know, Subs Old Genetics. You got Badger, you know, Heroes of the Farm, North Star Genetics. You got like Ocean Grown Seeds. I mean, you got TH Seeds, Bodie Seeds. All those I just even named, and there's more. I mean, you got Exotic Genetics. You know, like, I mean, these are guys that, you know, you can go crack some seeds. You know, and you're gonna find some dank. You know, now if you want to compare the companies, you know, there's some guys that run more stable genetics than others. You know, some guys that just have other terpene profiles down. You know, Sub love fruit for the most of the time. I mean, for a long time, you could only find fruit strains on his menu. You know, he wasn't the big gas guy, you know, and then you go to other breeders, you know, like Rare Dankness and some of these other dudes, you know, it's like, it's all you find is gas on their list, you know. And there's other guys that's all they've got is fucking cookie crosses and shit like that. So I don't know, everybody has their bread and butter, you know. So that's why it's nice to try some things out. But you know, me personally, like, I've always loved, you know, what came through whenever a sub had a decision on it. And so anything that was on that old menu was just fucking amazing, man. And Badger, dude, he does an amazing job, and I'm looking very forward to, you know, working with a lot of those as well, because I've you know, not only was I been a beta tester for Sub for years, I was also started beta testing Badger's stuff as well. And man, it fucking like the Sweet Tea, the Pinot, the Queen Anne's Revenge, man, there's some amazing strains out there. Like, dude's got some skills, you know. So I'm definitely looking forward to cracking some of these new genetics and bringing some serious dank to Oklahoma. It's definitely going to be a home for the weed nerds out there for sure.
Pretty awesome, man. It's pretty awesome. I can appreciate it, man. I hope you do. I hope you do bring the fire to Oklahoma.
Well, fuck yeah, dude. And definitely not going to stop there either. I mean, you know, Sub, you know, he lives through us. You know what I mean? There's this whole like thought, that whole, you know, someone blew my mind. I don't know, maybe I was too stoned or something one day, but they were trying to tell me how, you know, energy in the world is never like lost. You know, it's always, it's transferred somewhere, but it's never lost. So I mean, that's why, and that just makes me think, you know, I really think that Sub, and, you know, and just because people pass doesn't mean that they don't live through us. I mean, their energy, you feel it, you know, when you start thinking about them and you start just reminiscing, I mean, you feel that energy, you know what I mean? Uh, that's the impact that, you know, people really make. You know, one person can really make a big difference, you know, and that's why I always, you know, urge all the weed nerds out there too, you know, to go out and try and up your game, you know, and, you know, educate yourself if you want to be in this industry, and, you know, for a career, or you know, just educate yourself, if it takes so, move yourself to another state. Don't wait on it, take yourself somewhere where you can do something. And like I said, do your homework, talk to lawyers, do research into the bills and everything. And so that way, what you're walking into, in Colorado, you're walking into over-regulation. You can't grow and distribute to shops in Colorado. You can't, no way. Oklahoma, sure, you can do something like that there. And a lot of these states start out that way too. Like California started out that way. Hell, even Colorado started out that way. But as things progress and you see the recreational markets and things just unfold in this industry, things are going to get more strict. So I tell guys, if they want to get their foot in the door and make it happen, put your nose to the grindstone and, challenge yourself to start looking into some of that stuff because, if you don't even want to do the business side of things, go and find businesses out there because there's tons of cannabis businesses out there that will treat you good, but there's also a ton out there that are doing like the whole $10 to $12 an hour to have you slave away for them. So know what you're walking into, you know what I mean? Sure, you want to work and be ambitious in the cannabis industry, you just got to pick your poison sometimes. Sometimes you got to eat the bullet, get in there and get some commercial experience. Judge the quality of the operation. How clean are they? How much does it make sense? Is it a really well thought out operation or is people kind of running around, scrambling around, getting in with the right company also makes a big difference too in your future. Because if they're going to be successful and, the standards of their rooms are going to reflect in that, the procedures are going to reflect on that. So, trust me, there's a lot of people trying to get in this industry. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that are just looking to make a quick buck and don't give a fuck about it. So, try and get with a passionate company, that is looking to do the extra, making sure, because, fuck, taxes will put a company out of business overnight. So, this is a crazy industry. You're talking about they're allowing you to go in and set up shop and everything, but it's still technically federally illegal. So, you have to be careful with how you go into it. If you're looking to, be a cultivation or, be a dispensary storefront or, be an extraction lab or whatever you're looking to do. In some states, like I said, that may sound fancy, but you can be very small time in some states, so, go out there and check stuff out and do your homework if that's something that interests you. Otherwise, hell, if you're just looking up your grow game, shoot, it's pretty easy to do that. You just gotta, know what's going in, so that way, if you make an adjustment, you know exactly what piece of your system made the difference, say, like I said, if you have like a bottle that has a bunch of different things in it, it's kind of hard to single one thing that they may need out of that bottle and the others they don't, and so, yeah, and there's some nutrient companies that allow you to do that and some that don't. So it all just comes down to preference. But there's 100 ways to skin a cat in this industry, and so many right ways to do it. One thing I always recommend is just try using clean products. And be attentive. Look at every leaf every day. Be clean. I can't stress that enough, man. Fuck, you got to be clean if you want to stay in this stuff and not have bugs and all that, bringing spores from the outside. a grow room is a recipe for disaster, really. I mean, you got moisture, fucking lights, and soil, and also, I mean, if you're using soil, I mean, but yeah, it's a good way to bring in bugs and microbials, and mold, mildew, and shit like that. So setting up environment is pretty key, and make sure you have tons of airflow in your room, and your temperature, your humidity is all stable. You're not having crazy swings from day to night. A lot of people, hell, they don't even look at their fucking temperature at night. I can't. Most people almost like it's like the lights turn off. They almost like forget the grow exists. It's like, fuck it, But yeah, it can get really cold at night. It can get really humid at night too. And sometimes, man, if you're at home, it's like, man, sometimes you gotta go turn on your fucking heater. So set up little timers for yourself, so that way what you need to do and when. I mean, you going in from summer and into fall and the winter, things change. So just try and keep unlocking your environment. I try and keep a constant 78 degrees night and day, so I don't have temperature swings. And also I can have an accurate reading on my fade at the end, because if I have cool nights, it's going to promote my plants to turn purple or pink or lavender or what they do. Now, if I have a constant 78, I know if my plants are fading in the end, it's because they are having the proper nutrient fade off. And so that's what I'm looking for. I want to be able to read my plant accurately. A lot of people like to have the cool nights to turn them colors, but I like a constant 78 because there's less risk of bugs and mildew. And I can read my plants a little bit more accurately during the fade off and the end of flower. That's just something I do. And as far as the humidity, I keep like a constant, like a 60% humidity in veg. We're rocking like a 50 to 55% humidity at it in flower. Obviously, lots of airflow. Big advocate of fans in the grow room. Fans on your floor to kind of move things around. Fans over your canopy, making sure that those leaves are moving a little bit. You don't want any direct air on your plants, obviously, or else they get wind burned. And the leaves start getting all pissed off and intruding on themselves. But yeah, and towards the end of flower, this is something a lot of industry pros do, is right there towards the end when we want the plants to kind of finish off and we want to promote that, we'll drop that humidity down to about 45%. And get that real last pull out of the plants to help them finish. Because you drop that humidity, what that does, it kicks in plants to start feeding faster. And it goes to the VPD levels, and they will start feeding faster from the root zone, enabling your finish. So if you're in flush or whatever, I don't flush because I don't do that. I don't have to worry about that. But if you're in that period, you definitely, I'd say probably about the last week, drop it down to about 45%. So if you have multiple strains in your garden, obviously wait for your last strain that you're going to pull out of that. But if you're doing perpetual harvest out of your garden and it's never empty, obviously that's not something you want to do. But yeah, if you are emptying your flower room, all at one time before you load it in again, all one strain. I mean, that makes it nice and easy to do that. So little things like that, I mean, make big differences, man. But yeah, I digress. I'll have me another bong hit, man.
Take one, man. Take one.
Yeah. All this talk about smoking weed, there's not enough smoking weed going on.
Juice.
You got that OJ, huh?
This is mango peach fruit and vegetable. Yum.
Yeah, those indicas always get me, man. That shit. Those indicas burn a lot hotter, it seems like, than the sativas do.
Think so?
Yeah, I was getting more cough out of an indica, seems like. May just be me, though. I don't know. I'm trying to find the chat on here. Let me see.
So you play the guitar on the wall?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I played since I could about walk, man. Yeah, it's been my hobby for a little while. You can probably see my dime bag shit. You know, that's another one of my idols up there. And dude can fucking shred.
I was a Pantera fan, still a Pantera fan.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I was born and raised in the same town they were. They out there in Arlington, Texas. Yeah, that's where I'm from originally. Is Arlington, Texas. I lived there a lot of my life, and you know, I pretty much got my start. You know, obviously growing outlaw and shit like that. In Texas for quite a while, and man, yeah, it's quite crazy. I have a lot of stories about that shit. But yeah, eventually I smartened up and moved my way out to Colorado, and that's where I really got my experience in. And not only did I pursue, you know, skilled trades out there to try and improve my craftsman skills, but I also started getting my feet wet in the commercial industry, and eventually started working my way into doing, you know, startup operations and helping guys get things going. So, and now we're finally at the point over 10 years later from even starting this whole ganja journey, man. It's like I'm about to hit Oklahoma and have a real place that's like screams everything that, you know, Subcool is about, from, you know, that living soil to the genetics. And dude, the room which we're gonna set up, and then I'll tell you over the course of the next few months, we don't have much to show right now because, like I said, we just got them to accept our offer on the property. But yeah, dude, it's actually a ranch. It's not going to be like an industrial building like a lot of these guys are. So we're it's going to be a lot more of a homey vibe, and our rooms are going to be absolutely sick and top notch. I mean, I'm looking to be working with all the cutting edge lighting. We're going to start with HIDs, and then I'm going to be doing a lot of research and development with LED lighting. Trying to really figure out what LED systems would be more beneficial, because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, it has to pass the quality test. You know, I don't want foxtailing. I don't want a lack of resin content, you know, just to save some power. You know, I refuse to sacrifice quality to save some energy, you know. So, and it looks like, oh, there's a lot of LED lighting out there that is looking pretty badass, you know. So, from Gavita to Hordelux to Spectrum King, I mean, dude, there's some good ones out there. And Gavita actually is just dropping this new LED. I couldn't really tell you much about it, but you'd have to go check it out on their website. And it fits to replace HID lighting. It's like a supplement. You can literally swap it out with your HID lighting, and it takes up the same amount of light, the light space, you know, for the footprint and everything. So yeah, it's definitely getting there, man. The lights that I've always used has been Hordelux. I've been a big believer in Hordelux. I use a veg bulb that a lot of people don't even know about from Hordelux, but it's a Super Eye metal halide, not their regular metal halide. It's the Super Eye. It's a big ass bulb, dude, and they're pretty expensive. They used to cost like fucking over $250 a bulb. Now, I mean, I can outright go get one for like 160, but it's an expensive ass bulb, man. But dual-ended ceramic LED, I've never seen a light perform this single-ended metal halide Super Eye Hordelux bulb. They are absolutely insane, and apparently they're used for like scientific research for plants and stuff. So I was like, fuck yeah, I'll give it a try. And ever since then, I've never used another veg bulb. I mean, they make big plants and they make them fast and they make them strong too. I've even flowered under them and with good results. I didn't have as much, but yeah, I had great results. So the Super Eye high pressure sodium is much more common. I've used those single-ended for a long time. Nothing crazy, but in the facilities, we'll use dual-ended, you know. But when I'm working at home, it's like I don't want to deal with all that fucking heat, so we vent, you know. But yeah, single-ended in veg and in facility with dual-ended in flower. And you know, like I said, we're gonna have our extra space for cracking seeds, research development with lights, and all that. I plan to also would like to distribute clones in quite an amount, because some of these strains that we are going to hunt through that we necessarily don't want to toss aside, but we're not going to use for our production, that could be beneficial for tons of other people. And so I don't want to just throw them away. I'd love to make them available for clones for people to come and get, you know. And I mean, it's really cool whenever you almost have like the clone bank you can go to. It's like a one-stop shop. You can go in there and not only just get a huge variety of strains, but multiple phenotypes within those varieties, you know. So I think that's really important. Trying to tap into all the different terpene profiles that we know of that are out there, and have them available in the best forms that they can be in, really. That's what we're looking to do. A lot of bullshit you
It'd
got.
be nice to have a place like that. Wonderland's gone. Hopefully, there's more and more places like that popping up.
Yeah, and with the whole tissue culture and everything, it makes it a lot easier to be able to do that and not have to worry about the genetic drift as much. But I myself don't know shit about tissue culture, so I just know the benefits from it and know that I want to get involved with a company that does it because of those benefits. I'm still kind of doing a little bit of research in Oklahoma as far as that's concerned, but I wouldn't expect there to be anybody too crazy developed already out there in tissue culture, but you never know. I mean, it just takes one guy that really knows what they're doing to bring something together, And I've talked with a few people out there that seem to know what they're doing, so we'll see.
I was worried about tissue culture, but then Oklahoma came around.
Yeah.
Like you can have unlimited plant count.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. And yeah, I like the laws out there. I like how things are, um, you know, they're friendly for people to set up business in the state, and they're definitely putting laws in effect that are keeping like big corporations out and whatnot from just swooping in and flooding the state. Because yeah, you got to be like a resident for 2 years before you can have that license. So yeah, it's like that though. But I mean, sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit, man. You got to just go after it. I've went after it before and fell flat on my face. And I've also went for it before with great success, more so than not. So it's all about knowing what you're going into and trying to educate yourself and prepare yourself for anything that can go wrong, because what can go wrong will go wrong. So you just got to be prepared. But all that shit aside, I mean, from I always try to, like I said, focus on the main importance of it, growing the healthiest plant possible, man, and being as clean as possible, from the products to the process. I mean, I want to truly bring, something to the market that I have not yet been able to seem to be able to go out and fucking get off the shelf like regularly. It's like, man, I've seen some dank out there, but you know what? I haven't seen that Subcool dank regularly available on the shelf yet. And that's what I want to try and make happen. Because, man, but it's, like I said, just trying to continue on his legacy, I don't want, and through our marketing, through our promotion, I'm not going to try and like use his name or, do anything like that. It's more of just, because we're the Hall of Dank, I'm my own person, I do things a little differently. We all grow our own way and everything. I just want to make sure that his mission, lives on, man, and we continue to overgrow the fucking planet, and bring the dankest cannabis that we can possible. I mean, these breeders are hard at work making this shit happen, dude. I mean, we'd be sitting at home, chilling, smoking our bowls and shit. These motherfuckers are doing some gnarly work. Got teams working behind them. And a lot of people are always looking for that one person to get the glory, man. And after being behind the scene so much, really, when you look at like Jungle Boys, you look at, fucking any of these corporations or whatever, they're established. It's a team. It's always a team, man. Even with Sub, everybody loves Sub, but it wasn't just Sub. There's a team behind Sub. So there's always a team that deserves to get the recognition. Everybody, from the person mailing the seeds to the person sorting the seeds to the person, uh, just, going on Instagram making a post, or the person that's growing them out, trimming, everybody makes the difference. So, but I don't ever want anybody to feel like, whatever level of, scale you're at of growing, or what point you are at in your life, with this stuff. I mean, one, this is fucking confusing times, man. I mean, not only do we got like this COVID bullshit, but it's like, this plant's federally illegal, and there's states that allow businesses to operate at the same time. So it's a big clusterfuck. I just say stay positive, and always try and push yourself. Don't get comfortable where you're at. Always try and take it to that next step. It's really easy to sit back and fucking, just get comfortable, man. Get too comfortable where you're at, and just don't learn when you do that. In the learning game, or in a lot of different things. So it's like, when I'm not in there, I don't have things to do. I'll try and go online, and products that I'm using, I'll do research about them. I'll see what other people are using out there. I'll do research on products and stuff. I love that stuff, because it goes back to knowing what's going in. The more I know about what's going in my plants, the more I know I can feel confident about what we're trying to do, and product selection is so key to success. I mean, and the more technology gets going and keeps advancing, I mean, we're able to see what people do, and learn from each other and help each other out, and that's what was so great about the whole platform that I had with, like, the Weed Nerd, and what you're doing here, man. Is like being able to get together and kind of learn together, and talk about this shit, because it's there's no, like I said earlier, there's no college really you can go in. There's Amsterdam. I joke around with that, because I mean they do general stuff, at Amsterdam. Nothing you can't learn off the internet, though, unfortunately. That's just where we're at. There's so much valuable information on your little cell phone and your fucking laptop, man. It's like, it's just waiting for you to go there and find it, and understanding your NPKs, your micronutrients, your macronutrients. Those are things that are important to understand, and I find that a lot of companies out there, like I said, that are more aware of those sort of things, they end up finding a system where they can kind of piece each thing in together, or it's balanced out in such a way to where it's everything's pretty much cycled in at the appropriate time, and everything's separated that would need to be separated from the system, and whatnot. So, like I said earlier, there's just a lot of companies out there that kind of confuzzle every fucking, like, everything together in a bottle, and it's really hard to separate what you give the plants, so there's just levels, it all depends on how simple you want to be with it, how much you really want to get into it, because what I do is not necessarily very complicated. It's very simple, and very easy to learn how to do, and has to be too, especially for commercial operation. it's wash and repeat. You know, we're fishing through strains that we're finding that have the best results in our methods, and tossing the other ones aside and just wash and repeat. So, but as we're doing that, you know, constantly taking notes of things that we're adding, when we're adding it, monitoring the levels in the room from your temperature, humidity, your VPD. You know, me being in soil, you know, I focus more I know what's going in, so that way I'm not having to sit there testing my runoff on my plant, wondering like, oh, what the hell is going on? You know, I never have to test runoff because I know exactly what's going in, and it's just such an easy system to work with, and that's why, you know, I choose to do it. And not only that, but it just makes the dankest cannabis I've ever fucking smoked. So I tend to just try and find those dank strains that respond well with it, man, and try and get to Flavor Town, you know. I'm looking to more go into.
So I hope you don't mind.
What's that?
I hit these eye drops. So hopefully you don't mind while I hit these eye drops while I asked you this here question.
Oh, no.
Man, my contacts the whole time I've been digging at these eyes, man. They're fucking. These contacts are like glue. Man, I can't hardly blink without them like moving and shit. I'm like, man, these fucking things are dry.
Yeah, well, whatever you're smoking on is doing its job then.
So what I'm kind of wondering is, you know, you hopefully get things popping there in Oklahoma there, and you get a chance to run a bunch of strains. Are you gonna focus on, you know, grabbing some of the hype shit that's going around, or you think you may swing towards maybe some of these smaller breeders and, you know, some unknown strains, bringing some unknown fire into the mix, work at some different angles?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, we obviously have to get the basis going, especially with starting a company. You know, you got to know you're starting out on the right foot. You know, so we're gonna have ones that we're very specific on, ones that we're starting with. At the same time, yeah, we're definitely going to be. We have a list of, I guess, a priority list, because when you talk about, you know, the guys out there that have been in our circle that are proven, that are amazing, and some of these guys I think are really surprise you, because I mean, there's people out there that they don't do enough shopping of you know, with their genetics. Like, man, like, say if you go shopping at North Star and you figure out everything they have, you're going to be blown the fuck away, because you're going to look at like over 100 strains on this list going like, I mean, there's just
Pretty impressive list too.
Yeah, dude. So, it's really insane. So it's like when you start thinking about it, you're like, man, I can grow anything. Like, what should I grow now? If I had to pick one or a handful or whatever, a small few that I'm about to pick, it's like if I could choose anything, you want to make sure that you choose something that's gonna blow you the fuck away. And staying on the cutting edge of cannabis means that we're gonna have to work with unreleased genetics, you know. And as far as like small breeders and whatnot, you know, it doesn't matter whether they're small or big. It just matters that they have stable genetics that are proven. Um, you know, I don't mind, you know, giving guys kind of a shot, you know, like say, you know, if a dude's getting lifted off and or whatever, and he really wants us to kind of, you know, uh, try his stuff out, and he doesn't really have too much to show for it or whatever, and I'd be willing to accept his seeds, but you got to understand that the list of seeds, out of everything we could crack, you know, what would make sense. So it's just really hard to get to the front of that line, you know. So for a lot of these guys that are just starting out and whatnot, yeah, they may just, I may have to help them get connected with some other people. I may test them in like a personal garden, or that can maybe get some results elsewhere. Because when we're in production, I'm already gonna, have a good amount of breeders that we're gonna connect with, that we know are gonna produce insane dank. I mean, God, I don't know. Between Badger and fucking North Star alone would keep me so fucking busy. And then I started including all these other guys too. Like Exotic Genetics um, and some of these other big cats. But yeah, we're looking to bring around everything eventually. I'd like to bring out even classic strains once we start getting all the ones that are prudent, because we'll have everything. But we got to start somewhere. So we're going to start with a little over 50 strains, and we're going to work our way from there. And yeah, I'm really, like I said, a fucking nut about seeds, man. And I've seen how, even back whenever Sub fucking gave what was that Coma guy, he gave him a shot. The dude was working with his cuvee and made some amazing shit, dude. And I actually still have some seeds from that guy.
I've got Sansera. That
Yeah,
Sansera's fucking good.
yeah, I got some of them, and
That
they're
fucking blueberry quintessenta was pretty good too. Did you get that from Coma as well?
I have some other ones from them. Yeah,
The blueberry killing fields, maybe.
I know there's like one that had like blueberry in it, and there's like the white something. It's hard to remember.
I'm
I know
telling
I
you
got.
right now, man, if you're looking for some good blueberry,
Uh,
that cat had a good fucking blueberry, man. I ran his blueberry IBJ.
oh, that's one I have right there. Yeah,
IBL.
I got
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. The blueberry IBL there. That one's fucking fire. And he crossed that with the blueberry quintessenta, which was a CBD strain.
Uh huh.
And man, I actually popped the blueberry quintessenta first. And
Really?
that thing dripped so much fucking blueberry that I was like, holy shit, if it came through this heavy in the fucking CBD strain, I got to go back and fucking get some of that fucking, blueberry, the original blueberry. And that shit's fire,
Yeah.
man. If you got a pack of that and you're looking for some blueberry fucking turts, I would highly suggest dropping that shit because you definitely had a good line there. I've tried to get that cat on the show, man. He kind of ducked out of the eyesight there for a minute. And I think
Yeah.
he's just starting to come back around.
Yeah, man. I may have to give him a shot in there too, because I know that yeah, he was producing some fire. That like you said, that Samasara, that was the one that got my attention. When you're breeding dank on that level, that was pretty nice. He's pretty good at what he does. Um, I forget. Gosh, what was the? Just trying to think. What was the last ones I tested? I think that was like Tinto de Veriano was one that I tested. That blew me the fuck away. Badger has one now with crossed with that called My Sharona. And the Tinto, man, I fucking love that shit. It's so good. Uh, it's got like this lemony, almost like fucking like chemical, like chemi background, you know, like lemon pledge or something, you know, and that shit will keep you up. Like if you smoke it, it's not like a make you your hand shake kind of sativa, and it's not like one of those heart racing ones. It's more the like it suppresses your hunger, so you don't get hungry, and then like it just keeps you going, man, and keeps you in a nice, happy, giddy mood, and yeah, eventually you notice you're like, damn, it's fucking like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not tired at all. Yeah, you'll definitely wig out fucking binging out on some shows or playing some video games on that shit.
Yeah, that's a good one as well, man.
Yeah, Queen Anne's Revenge, though, that's another one. The name never did the justice, dude. Queen Anne's Revenge from Badger. Holy fuck, dude. That is insane. I can't even describe the smell. It's kind of sweet, but it's funky. And the funk is like, I don't know, it's like Chernobyl on fucking steroids. It's just, it's like that signature look, too. It's like that. I always loved that Sub really like his first the first photos that I saw of his kind of had that bud structure that Queen Anne's Revenge reminds me of. It's like where there's very little leaf to calyx ratio. It's just bud, like a fucking bud monster, you know. Fucking resin rails out to the fucking tips of the leaves. It's insane, man. Anybody who I've ever talked to that's cracked Queen Anne's Revenge has come back and been like, bro, fuck. It's insane.
Yeah, it was a huge seller for me here in Michigan, that's for sure. Definitely highly suggested.
Yeah, it's a good one. I loved it. Sweet tea. Oh, sweet tea. Yeah, I love that one.
Fanta. I still kept a pack of that back, and I even got a pack of Missy sent me back a pack of her recreation of the sweet tea, the F2s, or was it? No, I'm sorry, that was Kineos. Sorry, I missed it. If you're listening, it was Kineos that sent me their version of sweet tea.
Oh, okay.
Genetics there.
Yeah, they're really nice folks. They sent me some stuff a little while back, and yeah, I had had so many things in line, I just never got around to them. But that's why it's hard, you know, for me sometimes, just because we've got so many amazing genetics, and then the breeders I'm working with pumping out, you know, testers themselves. So, like I said, it's really hard for some of these other smaller cats to get their foot in the door. You know, so almost got to give them a, you know, like a one strain, you know, get their chance. You know, but so it's like, man,
Smart enough.
whatever they have, it better be be representation of what they can do, you know. And it should be stable for sure. It's nothing pisses you off more whenever like you're looking for something and you can't find it, you know, and you hear people raving about it. It kind of pisses you off because it wastes a lot of time and money growing something. It's like the going on, like you're talking about blueberry, man. If you're going on a blueberry hunt, it's really fucking hard to find blueberry because you never, and to find a plant that smells and tastes like blueberries that is a blueberry, dude, good luck. I mean, they're hard to find, but now there's guys that are out there that are starting to pop up again with the blue. So I'm glad to see that happening because I mean the plant itself is a nightmare. In the past, it's sensitive as fuck to food, and it's just a pain in the ass to grow. Um, like I said, any blueberry I've mostly ever had in my life never smelled or tasted like blueberries. Or if it did smell like blueberries, it didn't have taste, or it was like low potency, you know. So that was the only bad thing about blueberry experience. That I know I had the same blueberry experience that Sub had. Pain in the ass blueberry experience, man. Made it real. It's like, I don't know. Back in the day, it's like the one that stuck out to you is like, yeah, smoke some blueberry, you know, and it just sounds amazing. But yeah, and to go on that hunt and find what we found, was like, fuck this. Yeah, man.
I tell you that the stuff I had some really good blueberry 95 ish that went around here in Michigan, like really really good blueberry. And I haven't had nothing that tasted like that in quite some time. But that fucking that Coma Creations blueberry that he's got really put me in the mind of that 95 blueberry and shit. So if you got that, I said highly suggest popping that. If blueberries in your you know in something that you like or interested, I'm telling you, if you got them beans, I'd be happy. Definitely worth growing, brother. They're definitely worth growing. He did a good job on that shit.
Yeah, man. We're gonna be hitting the flavor profile, so dude, the blueberry, like I picture, like, you know, the rosin from a good blueberry, man. I mean, that would really be insane. Like something that just, you know, was potent at the same time, had that blueberry kick to it. I mean, yeah, I remember being shocked as fuck whenever this was like back in the day, they were working on that strain called Brineberry Cough. Sub and Miss Jill back in the day, and dude, this shit tasted like apples. And I was like, what the fuck? It tasted so, it was like a sour green apple, you know. And I
Sangria.
just, I just couldn't believe it. Some of the flavors that
That's what. It's funny you bring that up because I was just. That was the other strain that I passed out. I passed out 3 for the grow along, in the free
uh
packs there. And G13 was asking me, Green 13 over there, the UK. He got some. I sent him some, and we were talking about that. He was like, "What can I expect?" I'm like, "Well, berry wine, but if you're lucky, you'll get that green apple because there is a green apple in that
uh,
sangria as well." So that's one you don't hear a lot of about that green apple kind of terp there, and that sangria, it's in there. So
dude, it's good. I mean, I mean, yeah, green apple is definitely an interesting terpene profile. When you have it, you know you'll have it. That's for sure. Uh, I can't. I still can't believe I haven't worked with the vanilla tart yet. So that's one that I'm really excited to work with. That I know is going to be really promising. Um, I'm a big fan of cookies and cream. I always have been. The flavor is really smooth and sweet. That one is truly like a candy bar kind of. uh, there's even cookies and cream crosses that I've had that started getting notes of like fucking Captain Crunch all berries. I mean, if you were like blindfolded and you smelled this shit, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. It was just amazing. Um, the strawberries and cream that from Exotic, they have that same type of terpene profile as well. So if you ever want that whole experience, man, it's pretty amazing. Insane hash producer too, like fucking just a prostitute.
that vanilla tart's pretty fucking badass. That's for sure. That's another one I grew out, and it's
hmm
That was one. It was a self seller, if you will. You know, it did have that creamy terp profile to it, just big old dense nugs. Let's see if this fucking screen share will fucking cooperate with me. I'll show you a picture of one of the buds from my grill there. Hold it.
Yeah.
No, we got it. Oh no. Man, this computer is just slow as fucking dirt. Bring up the screen share. The picture that I want disappeared. Tried it yesterday too. Stupid. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I'm not on my normal computer there. I'm on this fucking laptop. It doesn't. It's not gonna allow me. But yeah, that's the one frosty strain. Let's see if I can fucking. I'll just try. Shit.
Here we are.
There's some vanilla tart if you can see that. Does that come up for you over there?
Let me see. Yeah, I can see your little list of pictures.
That's it. Yeah, that's what happened yesterday. No, on my end, I'm actually brought up the pictures. Stupid laptop. Man, dude, my main computer went down like 3 days ago. Well, no, it was better than that. Last week. And they finally fucking sent me the box today to send it back. So Lord knows it might be another month before I get my regular computer back, man. I miss it already. This laptop, man, it's like the bare minimum for what I need it to be. And then it's like smoking. I've got it over here downloading. I'm zooming. Every time I touch something, it says something's not responding. I just kind of got to wait and be patient with it. All right.
Yeah, man. Fucking. I would be of no fucking help because I suck with technology. Hell, I still fucking hand water, man. I just, even in commercial scales, I'm like, man, I don't trust these systems, dude.
I just appreciate the time with the plant myself. You know
Right?
what's funny is, you know, Clover, I don't know how many times you've said tonight about, you know, being clean. I'm sitting there thinking, because I can like see the dirt on the floor behind me and it's killing me. Because I was literally like transplanting, you know, before the show. And like I'm like, oh shit, it's time to fucking go on. I just got it's like didn't even have time to clean. Well, I'm not even done transplanting, but you know, I didn't have time to like tidy up a little bit before
oh, it's all right. I don't judge at all. Yeah, I mean, have you had any issues with bugs or anything like that at all?
I try to stay on top of that shit. You know, you say you don't really do much in your IPM, but I try to stay on that shit.
Yeah.
You know, you can just, in my case, can never be too sure. I mean, obviously, I'm fucking sitting in here doing this fucking show, you know, 5 hours a night. So, you know, there's a risk there just in that, you know what I mean? Me coming and going all day. So,
right.
I try to stay on it as much as I can with sprays and veg and fucking a little bit of fucking critters, you know, ladybugs.
Yeah, totally, man. Dude, seriously,
Again, ladybugs weren't that bad until you started like live streaming, and then you could like can see one in the background flying around, or you could feel one crawling around your back of your head, and you're like trying to ignore it and shit. You're like, God damn that ladybug, just
yeah.
leave me alone.
Yeah, I really like the Procure, man. Those guys are awesome. They, like I said, they're liquid. You can use as a sanitation, so you can kind of like really spray it on a lot of, you clean your everything with it. At the same time, the little gas bomb or whatever, it just depends on your space, and it's not like, don't think of it as like a nasty gas bomb. This stuff like dissipates into the air and everything. It doesn't leave behind a residue, and it's not harmful for plants or humans. Um, Once I found out about them, I was like, great, I don't have to use H2O2 anymore or fucking bleach or any harsh chemicals. I can replace all that with Procure. Um, so that was pretty cool. And they even have a solution that you can even spray on plants if needed. Um, so that was pretty cool. As far as like PM, that's environmental. Guys that are having problem with PM and stuff, it's just a lack of airflow. At the same time, temperature and humidity. Can't be too cold and can't be too moist. Got to have good airflow. If you just have stagnant air that's too cold and too wet, what do you think's going to happen? So, and the same thing, with guys having like, botrytis, in bud rot, in other words, in flower, late in flower, when you got these big buds. And that goes back to earlier, like I was telling you. It's like, dude, lower humidity down to like 45% in that last week. You never have botrytis. So, it's things like that make big differences, you know. I run a constant 78, like I said, so that way I don't have temperature swings, less temperature swings there are, the rest, there's like zero risk at 78 degrees for mildew to even happen. You know what I mean? So I'm good there. I just got to make sure I'm on top of my airflow, humidity. That's the one thing that it'll swing a little bit, but it all depends on your setup. Some setups are better at others at keeping humidity, like the old school fans and shit. Like, man, there's so much that's done manually, but nowadays with the environmental controllers and everything, I mean, so much is done through computers now. But I'm a big fan of doing things by hand. It's hard to always trust, a computer to tell you something. But it is nice though. Do you use like?
Automation, I don't. I don't
No,
use the automation. I'm still hand water, and I like that time. You know what I mean?
I do too.
Mixing up my newts and hanging out with the planes. It's all right, man.
Yeah, totally, dude. So, what are some of the favorite strains that you've worked with? I guess over the course of the past few years.
I have a lot of favorites. You know what I mean? I don't like to call out one any more than the other. I guess wean it down a little. As far as like, I don't know, TJ stuff or Subcool shit or stuff like that.
Well,
As
are you
far
more of
as
like
like
an
the
OG
dank,
guy, or are you like the sours, or you like this
I like
skunk?
I like the fuely stuff. I really do. I like, a little bit of fruits, but I'm not so keen on the oranges. They're good smoke. I enjoy the flavor, but I can smoke orange until I'm fucking blue in the face, really.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, dude, that's what I liked about sweet tea too, because it was like one of the few orange strains I had. 24 karat gold was another one. That one was like Tangy. It's like a Tangy cross. And That's Tangy and Kosher Kush. That's what 24 karat gold was. But those were like the only two I really smoked: Sweet Tea and Tangy, and that Kosher Kush that really hit me like that. Everything else, it's probably coming from that Calio lineage. I mean, that fucking California orange is like pretty much responsible for every fucking thing that's ever been or ever will be orange, you know? So it's like you said, it tastes fucking great. It's like orange candy, you know? And it can taste and smell so much like candy, it's not even real. But man, you're just like, you're smoking it, smoking some more. You're like, fuck, dude. It's like, I'm just trying to get somewhere. And you find yourself smoking a
Got so
bunch of this
much
shit.
orange right now too. Between that, I forgot when you asked me earlier. I've got North Star's Orange Boss. So right
Yeah.
now, as far as that goes, I've got Orange Boss going, and then I've got the Agent Orange, and then I've got Jelly Bean going right now. As far as
Yeah.
I'm like fucking swimming in orange over here right
You're,
now.
you're just like, dude, something else. Man, if you ever get a chance, have you ever grown Vortex?
Yes, I have.
You have?
I've actually grown 57 of the strains of sub
Really?
strains. That's why I was actually up there in the tester spot. There isn't much that I haven't grown that I actually in many interviews that he ever did, he credits me for growing more shit than he did of his shit.
I'll have to do a post of all my fucking packs, man. I don't know. Yeah, he kind of just like, I don't know, dude. I was like I said, I was a baby in this whenever he first came across me, and then eventually, like, I don't know, I just caught grip one day. Then it was just like, I get it, you know, and it was just it, you know. It's like that realization of what I don't know how know what I'm doing now. You know, it's just, man, when you're trying to actually learn what the fuck to do, um, and not have a teacher, dude, that sucks, man, because you're just like circling around all sorts of fucking shit. You know, I was finding myself trying products left and right that made no sense, man, back in those days. But you know, it's always like the humbling experience, man. Just I don't know, I never forget where it all started and where that came from. So it's just one of those things I never forget, because I mean, uh, this is just growing plants. You know, some people may look at it as like competition at the cups. It's like, you know, I was like, no, man. I was like, you want competition? You can go like sports or like the MMA gym or something, man. Fucking, if you want competition, I was like, this is not that. You know, this is therapeutic, and there's so many things involved. I mean, you got trade skills. I mean, you got plant science. Soil science. Just the art form and doing it. I mean, uh, and just the same time, like I said, the level of research and the it takes to educate yourself, and it's really so interesting how many skill sets are combined to do this, just to grow. And that's why I always tip my hat to anybody who can even finish a plant. It's like, good job, man. It's like, because a lot of people don't even understand how hard that is to do. If you came in this blind, not knowing a thing about it, shit, good luck. Because there's quite a bit to it. A little bit more than just set it and forget it.
I always love the people that say like they refer to cannabis smokers as lazy and shit like that. I don't know not one that's like super lazy, especially when you step up into the grower aspect of it. Now again, I don't know not one lazy fucking grower. Most of the people that I see in the cannabis industry are some go getting people. You know what I mean? Just fucking
Yeah.
burning it both ends. 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, getting out there hustling and doing what they got to do to make,
Yeah.
that's another thing, the sacrifices we make, you know what I mean? To make this dream happen, you know what I mean? This isn't, when you switch over to this lifestyle, it isn't a 9 to 5er. This is fucking, when it works here, it's here. You're there. You're dedicated to the plant. You're doing what it's got to do. Sleep, fucking a few hours. You get fucking sleep, and then there's, right back there to it. Sometimes like that, and there's no fucking off when it's harvest time and shit like that. It can be a career, but it's a career of passion.
The mentality of like doing this stuff, especially in a commercial environment, is almost that mentality of an athlete. Like there's no days off. You know what I mean? Yeah, you'll have your days you pick this and that, but yeah, I mean with this type of stuff, you can't just leave it. So and especially when you're talking about because all the consumers and everybody who wants it, preaching this and that about the shops, it's like, man, um, there's got to be somebody there, especially some of those larger, really large scale operations. Man, you're talking about 16-hour to 24 hours a day at points, people running rampant. So just so that way somebody can go get some mud. But yeah, the smaller operations, man, it's crazy because when you work your way up from the smaller operations right at home, and then you step into the commercial environment. What makes working at home such a bitch, you realize, is your confined space usually. It's like, man, if I didn't have to worry about making a mess, if I didn't have to worry about, having these walls around me working in here like I'm fucking fixing pipes in the walls or something, it's like I could work so much faster if I could just throw this shit around, So that's what you end up learning when you're at home. You're like, dude, I waste a lot of time just being cramped and trying to not make a big mess.
Dude, you just don't even know. Let's take a little tour around the room here. Show you what cramp is, brother.
Yeah, man.
All right. Over here we have, the veg area. There's, first area. There's another area. You see the tent behind my head there. Another tent there. Going around. There's actually, as you go around, there's like another. Oh, too far. I got to see the table. There's another, area right here. There you go. And behind that one's a whole nother row that I could just barely walk through. There, back over there, you can see that tote laying there. It's about like a 3-foot pathway, and then there's another row of tents back there, just barely big enough for me to walk through there with a 10-gallon pot.
The struggle, man.
I know cramped.
Oh, dude, yeah, I've worked in the micro grow ops for a long time before stepping up to commercial, and yeah, dude, just working under sink space and working within a bedroom and her fucking small bathroom. It's like, god damn it, if I could just have a little more space, be helpful. But yeah, yeah, man, because when you're in a commercial environment, that's what enables you to work so much faster. It's so nice. And man, you see some of the innovation in the equipment in the commercial industry. It's so fucking rad. They got like, dude, I saw they got like conveyor belts and shit running through greenhouses, fucking soil filling machines, soil mixing machines, I'm like, dude, this is just too legit to quit, and I don't know, I felt like I know I was like nerding out at that point when I'm sitting here like geeking out about some fucking soil mixing shit. I'm like, oh, cool, check this out. It's just like mixing up dirt.
I think there's one thing I guess there's to be said about working in as in a cramped environment like that, as I was thinking as you were talking, and that is the clean aspect that you were talking about earlier. When you're
Yes,
running this tight, there is no room fucking for filthy, man. There's
dude.
no
Like
room for
shop vacs
filthy.
are
You
your
better
best.
fucking I love my shop vac. You know, I've actually preached about that a few times, and if you haven't, you don't know this about the shop vac, uh, there's a bag you can buy for the inside of your shop vac. And by the
Yeah,
time you put a decent filter in that, and then a bag, I use a drywall bag that it
yeah,
catches. It's almost as good as a HEPA filter. It catches like 99.9. It won't let drywall dust pass through.
yeah.
So that's It will. In fact, you can actually done this. You can actually put that drywall bag in your fucking shop vac and
Uh,
walk up and just suck up a whole fucking pile of drywall dust, and then fucking open up that vacuum and look at your filter. Not a fucking speck will be on that filter.
Hell
So,
yeah.
with the bag, you're not risking anything getting by that other filter and, being blown around in your room. And then
Yeah.
you're also saving that filter alone by running that bag. You will keep that filter for a good long time because most everything's being caught in the bag. When it's
Yeah.
time to fucking clean up, just pop that thing out, pull it out of that fucking thing. Oh, yeah,
I got
bags
like
are
an
really
extra long
nice.
hose on mine, so I keep my fucking vac outside of my room. And I know that problem you're talking
Nice.
about too, because I'd like tuck a towel over the handle and drape it over the back. I'm like, I already know what's about to happen. So, and I also learned to get, I don't care if it says wet and dry vac. It's like get a wet for wet and get a dry vac for dry. It works out way better because your dry stays dry all the time, and your wet vac, it's like, yeah, you can kind of treat it a little nastier, if you will, you know. Yeah, because those wet vacs, they're nasty. They're nasty little things. The shit you set, all the liquids that you can soak up. Because I know I soak up a lot of like, if I accidentally do a little bit too much, uh, maybe over water a tad, you'll have excess water in your drain off catchers and everything. You definitely never ever want plants to sit and drain off water that they're not going to uptake. You give them a few minutes to kind of suck up what they're going to suck up, and then go in there with a shop vac and get that, because otherwise that's just going to be stale, stagnant water that they're going to eventually will uptake, and that's going to fuck your shit up. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a fucking couple of buddies of mine that keep little shop vacs, the 5-6 gallons in their grow just for
Yeah.
that, because it's got the smaller hose, the inch and a quarter. You can just
Yeah.
fucking right in their trays, fucking suck up that extra. It's like,
Yep.
all right.
Dude, I've seen in the commercial facilities, it's like with them retrofitted to fucking tops of 55-gallon trash cans on wheels. So so they just have the top of it fucking sucking out into the trash can. I was like, hell yeah. So they fucking kind of retrofitted it in there, like custom themselves. It looked pretty easy. It's just like it's like just a fucking piece of the like plastic going over the top that they cut out and kind of drilled in that held it on top. And yeah, it's pretty efficient. We were wheeling that sucker around fucking before they had tables and stuff in the facility, because those rolling tables are expensive as fuck. So um, yeah, they'll set you back big time. So yeah, sometimes you got to start out with catchers and whatnot. There's a
Yeah, that'd be way to go. I can't remember what facility I seen that had them roller trays like that, and they were actually had them to where they could roll them into another room after flower, they kind of flipped up and they could fucking power wash them bitches and then just send them right back in there, you know. I was like, oh, that is fucking some spoiled ass shit right there. That would be fucking nice.
Hell yeah. Saving the labor costs too, because I mean, if you got wasting time with people doing that kind of shit, you know, and you can pretty much set yourself up for situations where you have, you know, less employees, you know, but you take better care of those people. So I think that's the better way to go, is be efficient. You know, you don't need the biggest crew, and your crew's a lot more well trained. Yeah, and just fucking pump that shit out, cycle to cycle.
Great. Yeah, I think that I like the idea that some of these crews that divide up into like smaller crews. You know what I mean? Everybody kind of knows what's going on with what little areas there. Seems to make very good sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take us in here and show you a little bit. Just a little thing we're gonna work on right now for fun. Let's see. All right. Now this is cherry cordial and it's a little small one here. They're almost about 6 foot tall.
That's one I didn't get to grow out right there. Was the cherry cordial? That's a badger.
Yeah, I went in the back there. She's definitely starting to get frosty. We're at like week 2 right now. A little citrus soother hanging out.
Have you brought the citrus suitor all the way full flower yet?
What's that?
First run with it? Is this your first full run with the citrus suitor? Excuse me.
Yeah, that's its first run with her. She smells just like orange candy, even in veg. She's a little sensitive to heat, which is expected. Yeah, she's probably going to be some orange candy. I'm not sure, you know, because you got the zest. I haven't even smoked that shit before. I mean, Pennywise, I know there's going to be some lemons with the Jack the Ripper and the Harlequin. And that Jack the Ripper likes to shine through in that as lemons. It should have nice pain reliever though, because you got that fucking CBD, you know, and the Jack the Ripper with the THCV. Yeah, that'll be really nice. These are going to be nice and big when they're done. They're going to fill out pretty good. It's not really much in here. Like I said, I got about like 3 phenos of that. I got a citrus soother. There's just 4.
The old Subcool quad.
What's that?
I said the old Subcool quad.
Oh yeah. Well, I could actually these, because they're from seed and everything, I could probably gram 6 in here if I wanted. Or if I laid them down more early on, I'd maybe be able to stretch them out in here. But yeah, they're going for it.
Yeah, it
Starting to
looks
get
like
the smell of lemons and oranges off some of these. Some of them are kind of funky, so probably expect some
that's
lemons, oranges, and gas.
that sus
Yeah.
was a good one.
Yeah, they're down here in the 10-gallon steaks. There's those.
Yeah.
I have a little tent. I'm gonna hang out here. Alright. Where's the thing? There it is. See, this is me and technology. Bear with me. Alright. Yeah. This next round will be 6. Yeah.
Looking like in a weed eating tent right there.
Yeah. Oh, little thing. See, we got the bag on them. This helps with transplant shock. This is what Sub taught me years ago.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said it's like looking in a weed eating tent right there. I definitely remember.
Yeah. Trying to get that condensation run down.
I still do that when I transplant my seedlings over into from my I got a little clone dome. I pop my seeds in the root riot cubes, and then when I transfer them into my cocoa, I do that right there to help them, acclimate, if you will, into their new home.
What's beautiful about seeds is they you can plant straight into your medium, and they'll even go straight into grow straight into your HID lights. Clones, I've always hated cloning. I mean, I'm good at it. It's a pain in the ass for me because I just want these fuckers to go. But yeah, we gotta go through this step. This is just a hardening off process is really what it is, pretty much, where the plants are getting adjusted from the high humidity to low humidity. Yeah, seeds you definitely have a little bit more wiggle room with. I raise that light up, and I'll just, fucking a few ways you can do it. I mean, obviously go straight into the plug. So plate straight to soil. You can pre-germ and go straight into your medium. Hell, as long as you get the fuckers to crack, you know what I mean? Sure. So, but yeah, these little guys. I'll pull a bag off. Well, that one's a little stuck. Let's see. Pull this bag up. Come on. There we go. All right. You can see the edges there, which you got a little transpiration going on during when she was growing her roots. See, if I sit here for a few minutes and I sit here with this plant, it's gonna wilt away. It's gonna just wilt and wilt and wilt. So that's why those bags are on there to help with the wilting. Let's see here. Put that bag on. Give me a sec. Yeah, they're just still working on things there. Big ass. Lux. I'm running these on a Phantom dimmable ballast. All right.
Looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty good, man.
No, thanks, buddy. It's just a little something to work on in the meantime. Is there? Yeah, I can't. It's hard to see in there because it's like I go from pitch black to fucking blinding. Those tents too, man. They got that insane mylar. It's really reflective. It doesn't really help. Good for the plants, bad for my eyes, man.
Probably gonna go blind from sitting in this room all the time.
I'm definitely gonna take me another bong hit here. Oh yeah.
See chat right now. I don't know what I did with that window.
Is there a way to switch the chat from my phone to my laptop?
You can actually just bring up the show if you can on YouTube. That's usually what a lot of people do.
Oh, I was saying because well, let's see. Saying because my phone's dying, so I figured if there's a way to switch the two, or I could figure out a way to plug my phone in.
Oh yeah, you can just plug it in and turn it sideways. Same thing. Or yeah, Zoom on the computer. You can switch like that. Just log in.
Give me a sec here.
So you play pretty much straight heavy metal music on that guitar, or do you mix in a little bit of other stuff too?
No, man, I play all sorts of shit, man. Like heavy metal's my roots, I've just grown up fucking Dimebag, fucking, with Pantera and obviously a lot of other bands like Metallica and shit like that. But yeah, on my mom's side, she was more country and everything, so I kind of have those southern roots too. So I like everything from old school CCR to fucking, Toby Keith or whatever, or some blues. Love blues, man. So yeah, I play all sorts of shit on there.
That's awesome,
Yeah,
man.
It's a lot of fun.
Blues will definitely keeps is where it's at. I enjoy my rock and roll, but man, when it comes down to like just sitting and relaxing with the dude, man, nice sunny day, good joint and some blues, or a road trip and some blues, fucking nice joint. Yeah,
Dude.
good ride.
Yeah, man. Yeah, who's some of your favorite artists?
As far as like blues,
Yeah.
lately I've been listening to a lot of like Gary Clark Jr. I like a lot of his rhythm and blues, anything really guitar-y.
Yeah.
I like some BB King. I like who
Oh,
else
yeah.
I like as far as rhythm and blues.
You like
Well, they're not quite rhythm and blues, but they're got that kind of soundish. Is the Black Keys? Some
Oh,
of
yeah.
the a lot of their older stuff. Back right around what was it? What's the damn? I can't even think of the album right now. The one where it looks like a fucking tub of Vaseline on the front there, with Heavy Soul on it.
Yeah.
Heavy Soul in itself's a really good one. That shit's really bluesy. I like some good fucking Black Keys. What about yourself? What do you, as far as artists, what do you enjoy?
Oh, well, it all depends on the day because I listen to so much crazy different music. I love so many different kinds of music. You'd never be able to tell. I guess that heavy metal is my roots, the way I listen to music now. But yeah, whenever I get on the guitar, I can't help it. It just comes out. But yeah, it's cool, man. I love the electric guitar too because you can play along with drums and fucking mess around with the effects and the different sounds, and every guitar sounds different too. So every amp sounds different. It's fun. It's a good hobby, man. Good way to zone out. It goes hand in hand with some good weed too.
I'm trying to my youngest. Played a little bit around with the guitar in my younger days. Will I say I could fucking play? No. My daughter now, she's pretty talented as far as playing the guitar.
Uh-huh.
She actually plays a little bit of guitar, a little bit of bass. She went with that. She was like a little fucking musical football player there for a fucking little bit, man. I bought her a ukulele, and
Oh
she
yeah.
went everywhere with that ukulele, like a football player learning to play football. That fucking fullback that always dropped the ball. Here, take this with you, never drop it and shit. That was her and the ukulele. That thing went with her everywhere. Fucking, she played it whenever she could, man. Fucking, she got really good at it. Props to her.
Hell yeah. That's awesome, dude.
It got to the point where it was like incorporated in, you know what I mean? Without even saying, she would be like, yeah, I got to take it to school. They're going to fucking made me a part in choir for the ukulele. I'm like, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? They must like hearing it.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, dude, playing music, it's pretty awesome. It's a great outlet, like I said, it can take you places where you never really would go elsewhere. It's like, I don't know, mentally anyways. I get lost in the shit
That's
once I
it
start
right
playing. That's somebody be sitting there flat out talking to me, and I'll just be ignoring them, staring right at them while I'm playing. It's just that's how it goes.
Well, for me, when I'm hoping that I'm nurturing her creative side. You know what I mean? That creativity when they're playing, when you're playing. I think that's something. I've said this a lot, man. I think that's something as we grow older that a lot of people lose is that creativity, and I think that's very key in making that next step into your goals. I think a lot of times us as adults as we get older, those of us who've lost that creativity, you know, I know I guess I threw myself in there on that, but I haven't lost my creativity. But there's a lot of people that do, and they have like big dreams and goals, and they're able to say them. I want to do this. This is where I want to go. but they need that creativity to finish out the vision, man. You actually have to be able to like see yourself doing it, picture yourself. You need that like carrot to, chase you to the end of the dream there, you know. And I think some people lack that, and they only take it so far. And because they can't see it, you know what I mean? They lack the creativity to actually see themselves doing it. So they kind of burn out. Maybe it wasn't meant to be, or whatever.
Yeah, there's no manual to this shit, really. Sometimes you just got to go in and, make mistakes as you make them, and learn the hard way, as they say. But as long as you don't give up, and you keep trying, you can do whatever you set your mind to. It's just a matter of educating yourself, and really putting forth the 110% that you can put in.
Man, you just stole one of my lines. I swear that is a direct line out of my playbook that I give my kids all the time. That is, I swear, it's like you took the words right out of my mouth when I tell them that. I tell them that all the time. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. You're the only person that limits you is you. All you got to do is be able to learn. You really can do anything you wanted to do. The knowledge, especially nowadays. Back when I was growing up, it was a little different. You know what I mean? You had to fucking, you had to go to colleges. You had to like seek out books. You actually had to go find the knowledge. You know what I mean? Nowadays, it's right there in your fucking hand. You know what I mean? You just have to stop looking at Instagram long enough to fucking research, and bam, there you're on your road to fucking, doing something else, something you dreamed of and shit. It's all right there anymore. And I see
You know,
that a lot about these people that are just starting to learn to grow right now, man. What a great time to start wanting to learn how to grow, man. There's so much fucking knowledge out there right now at your fingertips. Every problem that you could run into, you can fucking find an answer for right now.
See, the motherfuckers now are never even going to have to flip the page in a book, though. That's the difference. We didn't have all this, back in the day. Even whenever I was first starting out, it's like, man, we didn't have the outlet to do what they do now. They can go online and find everything they need. Hell, you can go on YouTube and find a lot of shit, you know? But
You had to either track down some books, know a friend, or if you could find some type of hydroponic or grow store, go in there and try to figure out how to explain your fucking problem in code to somebody.
yeah, man, times are hard out there, Still in some places too. So, yeah, man,
It's hard to believe.
it's crazy though. That I heard today though that they have some bill that's gonna make I don't know, cannabis. It's gonna like make it less harmful, scheduling wise. Um, but it's been um, all over the news and stuff. Been reading about it. I obviously didn't read about it too much, because I can't tell you shit about it other than the fact that it's like a bill that affects, I guess, the nation. So that's pretty cool. We're getting somewhere slowly.
They can't put it back in the bag now. They're never gonna fucking take it away now. It's gone too far.
Well, I think they've also
But
found a
even
lot of the states, they know how to tax it and stuff now too, you know, and let the states figure out how to regulate it.
long it's this like anything else. It's a money game. Once they figured out how to get their cut off, they'll let it slide through.
Yeah, and
Sadly.
it's not the shock and awe factor that there used to be back in the day, either. Like, um, there's just, I don't know, it's everywhere. I mean, there's like CBD. I mean, you can even get online and have it shipped now. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I think we're going to be seeing some big changes here in the next few years. Yeah, I know.
I can't wait.
The recreational
Hopefully it goes all Oklahoma. Oklahoma
Yeah.
rules across the board.
Oh, you just wait, man. Here in the next 2 years, probably, it's going to be recreational. They're already in the process of doing it. The first time they did it, they wanted a revision. The second time, the COVID thing broke out, so they weren't able to get an accurate voting process. So they said once this passes over, they'll be able to kick it back up again and start getting votes. And yeah, so they've estimated probably within the next 2 years. Yeah.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so.
And it just went recreational in Arizona. So that's another thing too. I mean, it's happening everywhere. And eventually, other states that you never thought would hop on board, hop on board. We still have some big states left.
They're missing out. They're missing out. I can't wait
Yeah.
to see some states like Kentucky. I guarantee you, man, once Kentucky goes legal, man, there'll be some fire coming out of Kentucky as well. They've been growing it for years anyway. Fire.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Kentucky has a lot of farmland out there too. A lot of open space. A lot of farmers out there already. So, yeah, dude, it'll be really nice to see. Eventually, it'll happen. I mean, how many states we have now? Like 30 something?
Yeah, at least I think we're down to. I think we're over in the 40s actually. I think we're
Yeah,
down to
maybe
like
up to 40.
16 left.
Yeah.
Less than that. Stoned.
Yeah, dude. I'm not low. Hell yeah, man. So how long have you been doing this show thing for?
Since March. March 25th was the first day. And tonight is the 255th episode.
Cool beans, man. Happy 255th.
Thank you, man.
We'll smoke a fat bowl to that. I don't need much of an excuse to smoke.
It's been a pretty cool adventure, that's for sure, man. Met a lot of cool people.
Yeah, man.
Including yourself.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, you're pretty rad, man. I've seen that you do your thing and whatnot, and your posts and everything. Yeah, fucking I know you're a weed nerd.
I need to get focusing a little bit more on my garden. I've been posting a little too much to the show side. I need to get posting back to the garden side of things, I think.
Yeah, I love the growing aspect of it, man, because so many people need help with things that like it's just crazy. You can change someone's life, for years and years to come just by like some shit you say about cloning or whatever the fuck, because you never know who's watching that needs help with something. So, and one thing I love about stepping into like a commercial environment, because, before that, I can't say I had a confidence just yet. I knew that I could do some things, but I didn't walk into a room feeling like, confident at that point. But once I started getting that commercial experience and started getting years of that and really getting the wrap on big systems, everything from, as small as 700 lights up to tens of thousands of lights. I mean, uh, it it's just you work differently. You have to work so much smarter, um, because not everything that you do at home is going to transfer over. So, like, say if you went to go, a lot of people do this. Like, say at home, they go to, you know, skirt the bottom of their plants. That's where you strip the bottom half of your plants. That's not going to get the sufficient amount of light in terms of the larvae. And you strip that away, so that way you're not wasting water and food and everything on unwanted growth. That's not going to do anything for you. Same reason why you pull out leaves regularly, those fan leaves, in the middle and the bottoms of the leaves, or the plant rather, sorry. So you're not wasting that. Yeah, I forget where exactly I was going with that. Yeah, lost my train of thought there. That's the bong hit.
Call it squirreling around here.
Yeah, but God damn, I was what was I talking about before that?
We were talking about plant care, basically talking about skirting up the plant and taking care of that larva and all that good stuff. Maintaining good plant health.
Yeah. So, but I mean, just doing stuff like that, I guess. It it really helps. Whenever you're not wasting, you know, um, energy anywhere else that you don't need to, because got to think about it every time you water. And if you got a whole bottom half of the plant that's never going to do anything for you anyway, it's like strip it. But at the same time, if when you're early in veg too, you still gotta like let branches grow up, and you're gonna figure out which branches are gonna grow up and which ones are gonna stay down low and shit on you. So sometimes you can turn some of those into clones, the ones that won't do much, and yeah, it all depends how you do things. I don't keep mother plants, so I take fresh cuttings off fresh, healthy plants. But in a commercial environment, obviously, I'd be taking mother plants, and I'd be cycling them every 60 to 120 days. I prefer a fresher mom, but obviously if you go towards 120 days, you have a mom for longer, so you can play with that. But yeah, you don't want to push a mom more than 120 days, or else it gets old and barky and you start having genetic drift. And that's where, your clones start getting watered down, so it's good to try and keep them as vibrant, as healthy as possible from and always pull cuts from healthy plants that aren't old and barky. Yeah, I know that cloning is that's one that a lot of people tend to have trouble with, it seems. Yeah,
Do you have a certain procedure you follow for taking clones?
Oh, absolutely. I've written SOPs for cloning and everything. Pretty much cloning, I have what I call, the CCSS. It's, cleanliness, cut, stick, success. So pretty much cleanliness, obviously, all your material, everything that you're going to work with needs to be clean and sanitized. Wash your hands. Now when it comes to the cut, You want to make sure that you're going to use a brand new pair of Fisker scissors, like trimming scissors. Don't use old nasty ones, and if you do have older ones, make sure they're sharp and make a really clean, a cut. Make sure they're sanitized, wiped off with alcohol, that shit. And also the cut. You're going to want to cut at a 45-degree angle from your node space. Now, a lot of guys just kind of willy-nilly take cuts. They have different heights and everything. You're going to want your cuttings to be about 5 to 6 inches long. I take about 5-inch cuttings, keep them consistent in size, so that way you're not varying in height in your domes with your cuttings. Everything's nice and even and flush and clean looking. And pretty much, you make a clean cut. You don't want anything but a clean cut. So you can use scissors, you can use a razor. It's just what you prefer. So, and then you got the stick. Once you get to the stick part, this is pretty much where everything goes wrong or right usually for guys. Well, let me back up just a minute, because before we stick, we're going to take that cutting, right? Now, a lot of guys do things different ways. I try to eliminate all the bullshit out of cuttings. So I'll take water that is balanced to a pH of 5.8. Now, that's to promote root growth, okay? And whether you're using plugs or, fucking rock wool or whatever, aeroclone or whatever you're doing, everything's a little different, I use plugs myself. So, there's different process depending on the plugs you use. I like, the peat plugs, little rapid rooters. So I'll soak my plugs, in that that water. And it's just 5.8 pH. And then I'll throw some great white in there. You can go by the recommended dosage if you want. You can half it, you can quarter it. You just want to get a little bit of mycorrhizae in that water. And then at that point, you can also get the Clonex, not the gel, their actual rooting solution, and you can use that in the water as well. That's their cloning solution. Now, for the actual I don't use gels or powders. I use a cloning liquid called Vitagrow it's made out of Oregon. And one reason I like liquids versus gels or powders is, one big reason is because gels and powders, they wash away. You could stick a cutting into a tight space and it simply just gets washed away by the being such a tight squeeze, and you forcing it down. Beautiful thing about cloning liquids, is they don't wash away. So and they're very easy to work with too. You literally set them in your little shot glass for like 15 seconds and you plug them. But as far as the details of the stick, pretty much when you take that cutting off the plant, you're going to want to take cuttings from like a healthy branch. You want a nice girthy cutting. Now if you're pulling from a mom, don't butcher the mom. You're not going to want to pull off from main colas. Try and pull from the middle sections of the plant and other areas, if you can. So but yeah, try and pull thick girthy cuttings. If you pull a skinny little tiny minuscule branch off there, you're gonna get what you pull. So if if you pull off a nice thick 5-inch, good healthy looking cut, it's going to be a girthy stalk already right out the gate. That's what you're going to get, root a lot faster. And at the same time, a bigger stalk is a lot easier to get a good stick on, because if the stalk's flimsy and thin, when you make that stick, there's a good chance you're going to damage it. So if you are in that situation where you're, sticking skinnier cuttings and whatnot, be very careful. Now, as to where, say we've soaked our plugs and everything, we're taking our cuttings, and we have our little pitcher of solution. We're going to take our cuttings and we're going to throw immediately into this pre-mixed cloning solution with water, just so that way we have a pitcher of that. So when we're taking cuttings, don't ever take multiple cuttings at a time thinking like, okay, I'm just going to get a handful of them and transfer the cuttings into the water. Take one cutting, put it into your pitcher of water, take one cutting, put it into the pitcher of water. Why I say that is because it takes seconds for you to get air bubbles into your cutting. So always don't fuck around with that. Take one cutting at a time, throw it in your pitcher. That way you have your pitcher and you can have a bushel of cuttings in there, and you take them out and do one clone at a time. Now, when you're breaking down your clones, once you have your pitcher of, all of your selected clones, you're going to want to pull each one out, and you're going to want 2 nice sets of fan leaves, for a nice solid clone. So make sure that you got 2 nice sets of fan leaves. The rest on the bottom can get trimmed down. Now, some guys like to scrape the edge of the stalk. You don't have to. Some guys like to do it, but it's just a preference at that point. But now the stick itself was very, very important, because you don't ever want to push the cutting through the bottom of the plug. Obviously, it won't root. So when you do stick, now you got to judge the size of your cutting. I mean, is it big enough to where you can put it down the middle of the cutting, or are you going to have to plant it to the side of the hole that's pre-done there in your plug? So a good way to tell is once you stick it, you didn't go through the bottom, you went deep enough, kind of like grab your plug and the base of your cutting, and you can do like a little tug test. You always want to do a little tug test, and I kind of do it a few times just to make sure. I don't pull very hard, obviously, but I want a little bit of resistance, so that way I know I got a solid contact with my stick. Because if you have air pockets, you're not going to get roots, and if you do manage to get roots, there's probably not going to be very explosive. So having a good stick is always important, which goes back to making sure you have a girthy cutting, because it makes it easier to have that foundation around that cutting that's nice and firm. That's what you want, that nice contact, and that's where your root development is really going to come into play. And as far as, the last S, it's success, this is where managing everything comes into control, controlling the dome. And it's pretty freaking easy. You just got to use your eyes too and know what you're looking for. Because a lot of people, they go into clone kind of not knowing what they're looking for. When you go into cloning and say you pretty much want to keep that dome on and closed for 4 days, you don't want to open the vents up or anything for 4 days. You want that humid environment. You want to keep that constant. Now, when you do take off the dome, you're going to want to do this like once a day, and just to wipe the condensation off of the dome. Now, for the first 4 days, when you do this, just spray underneath of your tray to keep that humidity up. Don't spray your dome itself or the tops of the plants, because if you spray the tops of your plants, it's going to prolong the curing process. A lot of guys make this mistake. It confuses it, because the plant's trying to, it's a cutting. It just got cut off, so it's freaking out, and it doesn't know whether it should take, nutrients from its leaves or produce roots. And if you spray the tops of your plants, and clone, and you keep spraying them every day like that, it's tricking, it's fucking the plants like little head up, essentially, because it's like trying to produce roots and pull moisture from where it feels it getting it from. And if you're spraying the leaves, it's going to think that, okay, I need to pull moisture from my leaves, and you're trying to get it to pull moisture from the plug where it's going to make the roots. So, and another thing is, don't ever, like, when you have your plugs, when they're pre-moistened, make sure that they're not like soaking wet, like dripping wet, but make sure they're nice and moist. And then you can let them get a little on the dry side. Don't let them get too dry, but you can let them get a little drier before you hit them with a little bit of that cloning solution in great white again. Yeah, you really shouldn't have to do that, but like, once, maybe twice. I just don't know how hot your environment is, but it shouldn't be very hot. You're going to want a lower heat for cloning. Yeah, so you can get around like 74, 75 degrees. You can go even a little cooler. But yeah, you can just want to keep that humidity nice and constant. But obviously, if moisture is just sitting there stagnant, this is pretty much why you're going in the domes to remove that moisture, because that's stagnant water. Yeah, you need the humidity higher in there, but you don't need that stagnant water just sitting there for days. You're inviting a lot of problems. So you go in there, you wipe it off, and then you spray underneath the dome, and eventually it'll condensate up again. And that's and it gives that oxygen exchange when you lift that dome. You'll even almost feel and smell the humidity when you do it sometimes. But if it's too hot, you'll definitely feel that. So you don't want it to be too hot in there. Yeah, after the first 4 days where you don't really start to vent, you can slowly start opening the vents. And you can start working on what's called the hardening off process. This is where you're getting the plant slowly but surely used to the higher humidity, because from the higher humidity to the lower humidity when you transplant. So whenever you are going through about your daily thing, opening the dome, at this point, you're going to want to like open the dome for a few minutes. You can watch them. Don't ever leave when you do this, because I can't tell you how many times you get distracted pretty easily, look at your phone or whatever the fuck's going on. Next thing you know, you come back in and they wilted. So plants can wilt very fast. So always sit right there with them whenever you open it, wipe down the sucker just like you always do before. Maintain that process throughout the whole cloning. You just want to start, like I said, helping them harden off. So you leave that dome off for a few minutes, sit there and watch them, put it back on, and start opening up the dome, vent, a little more each day. Eventually to the point to where you can leave that, when you're like, got some good roots going and everything, you can leave that dome off for like a good 15 minutes, and do that like twice a day. So getting them ready for that hardening off process. And then you move them, once you transplant, that's when you saw in there, we had the bag technique going, the old Subcool bag technique, at 1 gallon pots, and we slip a 1 gallon bag over the top. help them transition from any transplant shock that they may get, going from that high humidity to a low humidity. And not only that, but going from a HID or LED lighting that's very low intensity, low lumen, to, a fucking HID, high intensity, high lumen, or whatever you have, a cob or fucking LED, high powered LED or whatever, So that stage is so important that, the better you get at cloning, and just like I said, doing that quality control, making sure you're clean, you got sharp utensils, you're making a clean cut right below the node at a 45-degree angle, and you're sticking properly to where you have a good solid foundation. You're not poking through the bottom, you got to be patient. You'll get roots within about say 10 to 14 days, in most cases. Don't get me wrong, there's guys out there that kill it, and I've seen roots in as little as 5 days before. Don't expect that. Expect 10 to 14 days, and if some strains root faster than others, so keep that in mind too. Yeah, like I said, first 4 days, keep that lid nice and closed. Every day, irregardless, open that dome once, wipe it down, spray the bottom underneath the tray. And after day 4, slowly start working the tops of those domes open a little more by little, and then closing them back up too, because you want to open them up for about like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, shut them again. You want to keep a nice consistent humidity, but all you're trying to do is providing them with some oxygen exchange. You don't want to keep them breathing wide open, So you're trying to prevent any bullshit from happening with that water condensation that built up, keeping that clean, keeping that humidity high by respraying underneath the dome. Underneath the tray, not the dome or the tops of the leaves. Don't spray the tops of the leaves. Don't do that. And just start the hardening off process, and roots will pop up. At that point, if you've done all those steps right, it's not about cloning gel or whatever you use. It's about maintaining those processes correctly, because at that point, it's not about if you're going to get roots, it's a matter of when you're going to get roots. So a solid cloning foundation is the key to keeping genetics around, and building a company at the same time. Because if guys can't hold on to their genetics, and they're losing shit, how the hell are they gonna, sit there and crack seeds and provide genetics for people? So you really gotta just be consistent with cloning. It's not very difficult. It just takes watching over, and doing it over and over again. Like that will build confidence, because you'll just start seeing it over and over again. And don't get bummed out if you have a few that don't make it or whatever, but you can definitely dial in 100% success rates if you are that attentive, and once you get the feel for it. So whatever, I know there's a lot of different starting solutions out there and whatnot that rock and roll pretty hard. So I tend to use the peat plugs because they already have a light nutrient solution in them. Beyond that, the great white, the mycorrhizae, and then that Clonex solution gives them everything they need to produce some solid roots, helps enable the process. So once we do have roots to work with, that helps with the explosion of them. But yeah, the main thing is, like I said, make sure that you pick a nice cutting and get a good stick. Yeah, because I far too often see little scrawny cuts. They root, yeah, you know. But when you see a really nice branch root, you know, it's quite different. I mean, not only that, but once you're looking at both in a pot, you're just like, yeah, one looks like a little thing that's trying to make it. The other one looks like a, you know, a plant that's already been growing. So yeah, that's just kind of like my tidbit on clones. I mean, clones are something that really fuck us up sometimes, and I've seen it even mess up some of the best of them. Just like I said, by simply guys getting busy and walking away when opening their domes, and then remembering 3 hours later. Yeah, so but yeah, man, I know that, like, because I know that's one of the subjects. If you try and go look cloning online, you're gonna find a million different fucking things, and it's really hard, you know. So it's, you know, when you get it going in a commercial environment, when you're pumping out tens of thousands of clones, you know, it's pretty important you got that process down. So um, yeah, it's pretty simple though. It really is. Um,
As a potential facility owner, do you ever see yourself skipping the cloning process and going just straight fucking autos? You know, a lot of people have talked about them in a like commercial atmosphere. You know, I don't know. I've seen some pretty good things with the autos, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've grown tons of
Not
autos
really
back
hard.
in the day, man. I've grown them in super soil too, fucking around, and they grow very well and grow very fast, but they don't smoke for shit, unfortunately. um, it's the rudilaris, what they have to cross. Um, they can take dank and pretty much cross it with not dank, you know, to get that auto flowering trait. Yeah, I remember talking with Sub about that back in the day when I was fucking around with him, and that's how he told me. He says you're crossing dank with not dank. Yeah,
They're coming
but
around though. I
they're
think just like it, maybe
mhm.
is, you know, we're crossing them along and they keep moving along. They're growing. They are, you know, getting a little bit of dank in them before they get crossed. But you know, I don't know, man. I've seen some big ones, but yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't want to knock on anybody growing auto flowers or anything like that, you know, because I mean they're a lot of fun to grow. I don't want to say they're like not dank. I guess I'm talking from like a perspective. I mean, when you're growing out some of the stuff, like, you know, the weed nerds know. I mean, it's like when you're growing out some of these crazy strains, it's really hard to get to that pinnacle, you know. And once you're at that, I guess that pinnacle of quality, I mean, once you start talking autoflower strains, it's really hard to get there, you know. Um, so that's just kind of like I said, they're a lot of fun to grow. And um, it's crazy seeing something go into like a week and a half uh, into veg, or like, I'm sorry, but it's just even sprouting out the fucking ground and it starts shooting out pistils, and then the next thing you know, after like 9, 10, 11 weeks, it's finished. It's really cool.
I have had yet to have good success with them myself. You know,
The
the
super
last time I
soil
actually,
throws the shit out of them, dude. Try them in the super
yeah,
soil, like, because nothing else kind of like nothing else really brought consistency with it, because the life cycle is so short that almost living soil is kind of the only thing that really makes sense with growing those things, because they need to pull nutrients themselves. The veg is so short, they pull the trigger in their flower when they want to. So it's kind of like, well, fuck, you know, they need to be in a system where they can pull the nutrients when they need them. That's what I found. So yeah, man, any living soil system like that where there's like food in the medium already, where you don't have to guess and they can pull it out where they need it, that's definitely success for autoflower strains. That's like I said, that life cycle is just so short. Such little time to fuck up too.
Yeah, I thought it was a kind of a shitty fucking joke the last time I actually had some. I threw them down, and I had figured, you know, they'd come fucking far enough to where, fuck, if you're gonna cheat, you might as well cheat the whole course, right? Fucking fem autos, right? Fem autos.
Yeah.
I'll throw some down, and I fucking a couple days into it, I tell some people that I'm growing them. They're like, "Oh yeah, don't forget, man, you gotta pull out the males." And I'm like, "What? For real?
What?
Is this some kind of sick joke and shit?"
Right? You're fucking with me, right?
Yeah. No. Over half of them were fucking males, and I was like, "Well, this is like really taken away from this." You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Fuck,
Then the
man.
two I had left fucking fizzled out, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm good on the autos."
Yeah, that sucks, man. Um, the one that really gets you is like when you're growing it, you know you're growing a dank strain, and you only get like, you know, fucking, you know, 2, 3 females. You cracked a, you know, a little 10-pack, whatever. And you're already like, oh, cool, I got a few. And then the one you've been looking at, you know, before you sext them and everything, you're just like, damn, this is the one right here. And it turns out to be a fucking male. I can't tell you how many times I've done that. I'm hovering over this plant, you know, for a few weeks. The next thing you know, it's a goddamn male. I'm like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's happened all too many times. I've got one right over here with this barbecue grill. I mean, he's obviously the tallest, but man, where you at? Right there. You see probably, yeah, the one in the middle there, right next to the spray bottle, straight up in the spray bottle there. Fucking nice structure. Fucking nice. All the lower branchings coming up. All the other ones are a little bit laggy, don't have the structure yet. I keep looking at that one. I'm like, oh, that's totally a dude. That's totally going to be a dude.
You
It's
know when
got
they take off
everything I
like
want.
that, you're like, you're like, it can't be that good to be true, you know? It's just like outgrowing everything. It's like, yeah, that's gonna be a male.
Then when you do find them ones like that have the beautiful structure, everything you'd be looking for in a nice female plant, that's the time like you're like, I'm not fucking thinking about doing any breeding, but you know, this would be a good one to keep if you were, you know, thinking about it. I don't know about it's like what it will pass on, but man, it's a good looking dude, I guess. You know, as far as plants go. Like, man, sucks.
Yeah, man, fucking. I know what you mean because it's like I wasn't thinking about breeding, but man, now I've seen this plant, kind of am.
Yeah, it makes you think about wanting to fucking make some seeds, but man, I can't do it. You know, not at this moment in time. You know, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it. You know, I got to think about my patients. There's enough people out there. I get asked that a lot too. Don't you want to make something? You know, have something now. There's tons of people doing it. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe someday. I doubt it. A lot of, maybe I just need to keep it in a list of, you know, never say never. We might just reach that plateau of, you know, I need something new to keep it going, I guess. Good morning, Galactic Gardens.
You
He
never
says
know.
blah, 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 going to bed. I didn't even know he was in chat. Remember Galactic Gardens? You're an old school weed nerd. Yeah, you gotta remember Galactic.
Yeah, I definitely remember Galactic. What's up, buddy?
Right now.
Yeah, man, it's definitely crazy times we're in right now, man. Cause like, um, even though like all the COVID shit's going on, like besides all that, really, I mean, the this cannabis industry is moving at a million miles an hour, you know, and um, it's really exciting because, like I said, guys that have been, you know, underground or in the closet and shit. Yeah, not in that way, but and no disrespect if you are, but but yeah, it's definitely one of those things that you know people have a lot of opportunity to get involved in. I mean, like the commercial element of it is really, I think, the big learning curve. You know, that like I thought I was just like kind of capping it out, you know, learning things. And once I stepped foot in the commercial industry, I was like, wow, I started learning so much more. You know, scaling up changes everything, you know. It's like never in a home setup are you thinking about fucking three phase power and shit, you know. So it's like the animal's much bigger, and you start realizing the equipment that's out there and all the different products that make things easier, and it's just it's awesome. You start realizing where we really are at. I mean, we're damn near on that cutting edge right now of automation, you know. These guys that have the big money in the industry are starting to invest into fucking automated machines and things like that, like nug sorting machines that are like $500,000 nug sorting machine. Like what the fuck, you know? Things that, you know, packaging, you know, conveyor belts and things like that. It's coming. It's here, you know. So it's really crazy to see, um, you know, being, especially when somebody's living in a state where it's like they can't even go into a fucking dispensary yet, and then you got other states where they're making that shit, you know. So that's why I tell people, I was like, man, you know, if you want to get involved, I was like, you know, I was like, what the fuck, you know, move to a state that gives you the opportunity that you're looking for, because right now it's there waiting. It just, you know, it just depends on whether or not, you know, you really want it that bad to move now to get it. Otherwise, yeah, you can see what your state does. You know, not, um, yeah, it's just like, every state operates different. You know, you got like California, you know, they were the first fuckers in the medical scene. You know, you seen all the raids and all the crazy problems they had, you know, trying to figure things out.
Still,
Yeah.
what happened this year?
It's like,
They ain't even
dude,
fucking done out there.
that shit is just ridiculous, you know. Um, that's like, man, a triple-edged sword if you ever even seen one. You know, it's like so it's like it's illegal, but it's legal, but they're still raiding people. What the fuck is going on? Like, you know, that's yeah, that's California. And um, then you have like Colorado, which they brought the recreational market, you know, for the first time to the nation. So, and not gonna lie, they did a pretty good job. You know, I have to say they're probably the leaders in the country as far as cannabis progression goes. They're doing it the best. I won't say that they're doing it best quality necessarily or anything like that. I'm just saying it as far as the progression of the state and the way they're handling their program. You know, um, I mean, fuck. You step foot off a plane in Denver, you know, you already smell the shit. So it's like, man, um, it's very, very active out there. Then you got some states, you know, that are, like I said, more friendly to the small businessmen, where you can operate in your homes, or you know, or um, or a certain, you're not held to a certain zoned area that would be necessarily industrial, you know. Um, so you could be in like an agricultural zoned area. You could be, um, you know, on the outskirts of the city, you know, outside city limits. So, you know, the states operate their own ways, and then you look into each county. Each county is going to operate in their own way the state allowed them to. So it's just a trickle down, you
Excuse me.
know. Oh, bless you.
I tried to
But
get
like,
that
say for
mic button. I
example,
couldn't hit it quite fast enough.
it's all good, man. But yeah, it's just a trickle down effect, man. Like, for example, like, you know, Colorado is legal as fuck, right? Recreational and medical, you know. So you can have a medical card and go get it. You can have up to a pound and 99 plants if you pay the extra for that. You can have 24 plants and a half pound, or you can have 6 plants in the standard, and have 6 flower and 6 veg. Now, when it comes down to the county, each county is given the choice to operate how they want to. So if the county chooses to acknowledge that, they can. If not, then they don't have to. So that means if you go to a doctor and you get a license, say, no, I want to grow 99 plants, and I paid the guy $600 to do it. He was a doctor. And then next thing um, you know, for whatever reason, you have flood, whatever, you know, or a fire or something, and cops kind of involved, and they're like, well, you, and then they break it to you, said, hey, you're only allowed to have 6 plants in this county. And you're going like, what? I have, you know, doctor proof, and doctor's proof saying that I, you know, could have up to 99 plants, and you show them the legal paperwork, and they're going to go, well, um, pretty much you can only do what the county allows you to, and it's your job to know um, the rules in your own county. And that's when you're kind of like the counter of like, okay, so I went and paid a doctor and he told me I can do all this stuff. It's like if I went and got prescribed Xanax or anything other crazy like that, it's like, am I questioning after that, like whether the doctor told me the right or wrong shit? It's like, you see how this is fucked up, you know? So that's where we're running into, where, you know, so that's why I tell people the states are legal, you know, do your research as far as the bill that they pass. So that way, you know, from a business standpoint, if you want to get into business. Um, and at the same time, that kind of affects your career. Small businesses probably going to give you a better opportunity for a career than some of these big corporations will, you know. Uh, so yeah, do the research in your state, you know, the bill, and research your counties. Know what you can and can't do. I mean, now we're talking in Oklahoma, we have to look around Indian reservation land too, you know. Funny, you know. So it's there's always the little stick you get in the mix, man, and just doing the proper research and educating yourself, and it's all out there if you choose to look into it. So um, I just tell people, you know, just try and educate yourself and push yourself if that's what if you want to do. Because I know a lot of people feel stuck that are out there, you know, that would love to do more, just don't know how to. Um, you know, so if you know, I'm looking at states like that, like I said, you know, Oklahoma is definitely a state that, I mean, at this point in time, yeah, you're free to do quite a lot more than a state like, you know, Colorado or some of these others. You know,
I
you can
just
leave.
think that's where like California kind of fucking brings it on themselves. So I think if they were all like shaking hands and like all across the board a united front, they would, you know, they wouldn't be taking so many federal attacks. You know what I mean? But I think there's the highs and the lows in California. I think them are where they find the weak spots where they're like, okay, we hit these guys. You know what I mean? They're not gonna put up a fight or whatever. You know what I mean? Just kind of they pick and choose some people to fuck with over there in Cali because it's not a united front.
Well, not only that, but out there in California, they also had a big uh, problem that a lot of these other states didn't have. Um, and that was like, all the crazy shit going on underground, like the cartels and all that, um, definitely very prominent in California, and a lot of the outdoor grows and whatnot. So I think that also brought a lot of heat onto it out there. Uh, when you got that shit going on in the same field quite consistently, yeah, that's gonna unfortunately bring a lot of that to everybody else in that industry. So I think it just kind of created something from there, and because in a lot of other states you don't really see ones that have medical programs. You see that they're trying to work together. Like in Colorado, they do a pretty good job out there. They really do. Um, they're not out there doing stupid shit, kicking in people's doors that, just trying to grow their own medicine or, you know, or anything like that. So, uh, yeah, it's very sad to see. And on top of the fires and everything in California, it's overall sad, you know. It's almost hard to see yourself, after seeing all that stuff, setting up a grow out there, because it's like, man, as much as it sounds, it's like the perfect place to grow. It's almost like, it goes hand in hand with you know, it's bullshit, really. Like, unfortunately. That's why I give all the props, man, to the fucking Mendo Dope boys, man. They, yeah, they've been out there in the mountains crushing it, you know. I got to, I actually got to test out their strain, and that was cool as shit, man. They're really cool dudes. I got to hang out. I got a chance to, hang out with and blaze out with them in Denver when they came out to do their tour and everything. And yeah, man, I'm not a tobacco smoker, you know what I mean? So I don't really do blunts, but man, those motherfuckers had me smoking blunts all night, man. I was like, fuck. I already knew going into it. I was like, I know they got backwoods in there. I already knew it. Yeah. But yeah, man, they're
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
pretty fucking cool though. I could see bending the rules for a little bit for Mendo Dope.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? It's like it's fucking, you're chilling. Yeah, when in Rome, right? Yeah. What tripped me out at first was, yeah, they really do. They look so much alike, Um, kind of fucked me up because I really didn't want to fuck up their names, But yeah, they really, they don't help by dressing alike either.
Nah. They're cool dudes though, man. I'm very
No, they're awesome. I think they're badass. Yeah, actually that's where I learned about the extreme gardening, like the mycos and all that. Was from them, and yeah, I've loved to see them fucking create that strain with Sub, and that was awesome. They had that fucking pink pistol shooting locomotion, man. Yeah, she really brought like that fucking like burnt rubber. It was like it almost smelled like I described it as like setting oranges on fire. It was like what it smelled. If you like took a torch to an orange, like that's what it smelled like. It was pretty awesome. Did you ever run the Mendo dope?
No, I didn't. I never ran the Mendo Dope. Never ran it. That's another one I haven't ran.
Coracle and Loco.
But,
Hmm. Did you run the locomotion?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
It was like the
Like
loco with a fucking like a
Blue
Coracle
City.
twist on.
That locomotion, man. That Blue City diesel that was in that shit was fucking amazing.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Um, I believe they got like the Sweet Irish Kush from the same guy back in the day, and they made that what was that stuff called? Um, had Sweet Irish Kush in it. Shit finished like in 6 some odd weeks. I haven't seen anything finish that fast before on that quality ever. I
They
forget
actually
what.
come on there on Sub's birthday. The
Uh,
Mendo Doughboys did, and
oh
actually
yeah,
played the weed part of the Weed Nerd Nation 2 there. I thought that shit was pretty cool.
fuck yeah,
Actually,
man.
was talking to them cats today. They're coming back. They're coming back. And actually, we're gonna do one of these here in a couple of weeks.
Badass,
Uh,
man.
Me and the Dope Boys. So
Very cool.
I think this might get some tips and tricks out of them guys yet. Well, no, like they haven't dumped out enough though. I mean, come on, well they've got like 3-4 seasons of showing
Yeah,
us how to grow though.
yeah, man. And I'll tell you, like that whole technique I was telling you about pinching and laying the plants over. That's where I learned that from. Was them. So, yeah, it's like an alternative to topping, you know. Because when you're growing from seed, you like don't want to top, and it's like you're already wasting so much time, you know. So, um, so it's like fuck. I just want to lay this bitch over and let the rest of the branches grow up.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, man.
Justin's Beds, I did not know 5 Points Gardens. And you got to tag me when I ask a question. You have to put the @Eagle Gardens in there. It really helps. I do try to read chat a little bit, but when you put in the @Eagle Gardens, it makes a red box. It's hard for me to miss.
We're getting stoned, man. So I mean,
That Detroit
speaking of
diesel
which,
was loud, Tony. Man, that stuff wanted to go forever. Detroit diesel, that thing was a 12-weeker easy. Sorry again, I'm just rambling on, firing back on chat. Shit, you did it, man. I mean, we're close to that 420 mark here, man.
oh yeah,
Did you think you'd have went the distance when we started tonight? Think we would have went the whole fucking almost 5 hours?
shit. I don't know, man. I play it by ear. I start getting into some hits and see how it goes. You know, I'm a night owl too, so I can't stand the early morning shit.
Fuck, man. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I hope you're not listening to Richard. fucking fucking actually gonna do some fucking skill trades. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, man. Actually fucking was like doing some remodeling that tattoo shop lately, man, and I was fucking put the bags on. I was like, yeah, it feels good to do, actually do some, regular work again. I got a little cocky. I had some pretty decent offers, Hey man, you want to come to work? First time I was like, no. A counter offer. Now it's like, maybe. Now that I've kind of committed, I'm like, man, what the fuck was I thinking? I said, I even kind of checked back last night. I'm like, so did you tell him we were going to be there tomorrow? He's like, why? You ready to come back to work or come, strap on the bags? I'm like, I don't know, man. I said, you tell him you're going to be there? We were going to be there? He's like, yep. I'm like, well, I'm going to be there. I don't let people down, man. If I said I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there. So I'm going to be there for at least this one. So, all right, man. I do take this shit highly, man. And I don't think a lot of people actually view that when you're like working for somebody. You know what I mean? In this instance, he told, he's like an employer, small contractor. You tell somebody, hey, I'm going to be there, Thursday to do your job. And then, like, somebody like myself, borderline wanting to know. If I change my mind and, don't go in tomorrow, then he's got to call his customer and go, well, things change, sorry, I got to reschedule you. And that looks bad on the company, you know what I mean? And I try to take that shit kind of into consideration. I gave that dude my word, so I don't want to it's not like I'm letting down a person. I'm letting down a company. I don't necessarily want to make the company look bad just because I changed my fucking mind. You know what I mean? So in this case, I'll at least make it right by toughen it out through this one job, and then we'll see where it goes from. That's what I told him too. I said, you got me on this one. I'm a man of my word, but we're gonna see where it goes. We'll take it job by job, my friend. Let's see what you got next.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, that'd be cool, dude. It's always good to like, get out there and fucking, try new shit and whenever you're working in a small company like that, yeah, absolutely. It's like you realize how much of an impact you make. It's like, yeah, if I don't show up, that shit ain't getting done. It's not like you can just like skip, somebody's gonna fill in for you, and you feel that way. That's good that you see that, man, because some guys go into situations just totally taking people for granted and shit, thinking about themselves and just like trying to get paid, and so that's cool as hell, man. So I've been like I've done like plumbing over the years. I've done like sprinkler installation and servicing sprinklers. I've done door-to-door sales for roofing, and that sucks. Trying to just go knock on someone's door and then be like, hey, you want to fucking talk about your roofing insurance today? Hello?
Nobody wants to think about randomly putting money into that roof.
Only the cool ass people are only going to be the ones that give you a shot, and you start realizing how many cool ass people there are out there on that level. It's like, yeah, I can be cool at times, but I don't know if I'm fucking like standing at my door talking to you about roofing insurance cool.
Well, actually, I'm that guy that will like let you ramble or talk to you for a minute if you don't mind the fucking weed smell wafting out of it. If you can keep a straight face, you go through your whole spiel without cracking a smile while the weed smell and the smoke's just wafting out that front door. Power to you, man. I got a minute.
Fucking contact buzz just from sitting there trying to get through their spiel. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, it's there's some jobs out there. It's like you don't realize it at the time, but it's like this job really sucks, or it has its cool aspects of it, I'm making a little money, whatever, I'm getting by. But then you come into situations where you start seeing a subtotal of your experience come together as a whole. And you look back on that and almost like, you never want to look back on it and be like, damn, I should have like probably soaked up a little bit more of experience out of that while I was there. Because if you're in a situation where it's like, even if you know you're not going to be there like forever or even that long, it's like try and fucking learn as much there that would actually be beneficial to you. So that way, maybe down the road, whenever you are running a business or something like that, you know, you can look back and be like, damn, you know, you start thinking of all those situations that you took seriously that helped you, you know?
Runboy7426 would like to know what kind of lamps you run.
Well, inside, I got just something a little old school. It's nothing crazy. We're running a 6-inch vented hoods with single-ended Hordelux lights, or light bulbs rather. I got the Super Eye metal halide, um, and then a Super Eye high pressure sodium for flower, and I'm running them off Phantom dimmable ballasts. Um, Now that's just like I said for home. Now, the facility, we're gonna be running a multitude of lights, which will range from Gavita dual-ended HID lighting, Fortilux dual-ended HID lighting, and then we're also going to have the single-ended Super Eye metal halides in our veg, because even though with all the new technology of ceramics, you know, LED, the dual-ended, still to this day that Hortilux has a single-ended Super Eye metal halide that is just still unmatched by the other competitors. So the way to get a maximum efficiency out of that bulb would to be run like an open hood, you know, so that way you don't have and don't vent the hoods, because venting the hoods and actually leaving the glass in the hoods takes away a good chunk of I'd say about at least 15-20% of your lighting efficiency right out the gate, even being clean and brand new. So yeah, if you want an efficient setup with that, run open hoods, you know, don't vent, you know, so you would have an AC or sealed system, something like that. Um, yeah, and they're big fucking bulbs. They really are, but they produce really strong branches that hold their weight in flower and produce um, quite a bit of bud. So I've always gone with those ever since I've used them, and in a commercial environment, still haven't, like I said, seen anything that's compared to them. So we still use those in veg. But yeah, for clone, if you're curious about that, we run like a T5. You know, there's LED options for that as well. Hortilux has LED cloning lights that are pretty fucking expensive, but yeah, T5s are still um, pretty cheap and readily available. Like Agro Bright is a pretty affordable company for T5s. Now LED, I've been seeing some claims that people are getting faster results rooting with LED lights as well. So we're going to have to be testing that in some of our research and development in our facility. At the same time, I'm going to be doing some research and development with a few different LED lights, starting with, you know, some of the industry leaders. We're going to be using the Gavita 1700E. I believe it's called the Gavita Pro 1700E. I'm going to be using that one, testing out that system. We'll be testing out a Hortilux. Gosh, what is the name of the Hortilux brand here? Yeah, I'll find it. Let's see here. Yeah, it'll be the Hortilux LED 700 ES. They just dropped that system. We're going to be testing that one out because I've always loved Hordelux. I mean, undeniable the quality. I mean, they are a true quality lighting provider, and you'll know when you're doing business with them. There's no like working this big crazy deal with them. They're like, yeah, dude, we'll do you this price. You can take it or leave it, because they know that they make damn good product. But you'll pay for it, but shit, you get what you pay for. That's for sure. I know that with Hordelux. Same thing with Gavita, you know. So I'm really interested in dialing in the systems and kind of seeing which ones, you know, may outperform the other. And you never know in what realm that may be, whether it's flower yield or whether it's a rosin yield, or, you know, we'll see. Because a lot of these
LEDs.
What about LEDs, buddy?
I love them.
Oh, you do? See, I haven't worked with them much, man, and me being so used to, you know, these 8-week veg, you know, we grow big plants, so I'm worried that I'll have an LED that'll be subpar strength to an HID light. But now with as far as height, you know, if you got like a fucking, you know, you're talking like 6-7 foot plant with an LED, you know, still trying to get, you know, your 2 to 3 pounds out of that fucker, you know. So it's like, there's only a few LEDs that have, you know, that can do that. From what I've, at the quality that
bar light right now, man, they're killing it, man. There's a lot of great units out there that will easily replace these 1,000 watters. I mean,
yeah,
easy.
that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing a lot of them pop up. I guess whenever I look at them, I just, you know, I see a lot of companies. I'm like, who the fuck are these guys, you know? So, and reputation
That's
does mean
just
a
the
lot.
thing, though. It's not like the bulbs anymore. I mean, the diodes are pretty much the same across the board. There's not a lot of, you know, variance. It's more or less the companies just, you know, smacking their sticker on the same board, you know, across. So, yeah, I guess basically it boils down to drivers anymore. What's actually pushing the lights, I think, in my
Well,
opinion.
some of these LED lights that we're looking at as well, like I said, these new Gavitas and some of these other, like the Spectrum King. I mean, these are not like LEDs you can just keep inches away from your plants. I mean, you still got to keep them a good, you know, 18, 24, 36 inches away from the canopy, you know, because they will give you like, you know, an estimated, you know, like 20% reduction in your electricity cost, but you're not sacrificing that for any resin production. You're not sacrificing that for any density, you know, and whatnot. So that's kind of what I'm seeing is the real replacement for some of these HID growers, you know, is like these lights that are really powerful LED lights, you know, and there's just different styles of them as well. I've seen the guys, you know, like that Gavita 1700, you know, the Gavita Pro 1700, that it's stretched out, you know, and then you have the rows of lights. And it's a pretty large light. I think it's like, I think 36 inches or something across. It's pretty broad. Now, some of these other LEDs, like Gavita, they just came out with this one. Let me get the model number from this one. Okay. It's a Gavita CT 1930E LED. That is getting released in January, so we're gonna definitely be testing that sucker out. And these are the type of LED lights that you can just literally go in there and fucking, you pull out down your HID lights and hang those fuckers up, and you're good to go. You don't have to do a huge modification, you know, for your lights, which is huge for a lot of these facilities, you know, who spent I mean, just tons of money building out their facility in spec for those HID lights, including the HVAC, you know. So think about somebody who just all of a sudden wants to go LED, you know. It's like they want to, but fuck, you know, it changes everything. So it ends up turning into a really expensive project or something they have to just implement down the road. So, but yeah, when they can just go in and swap those lights out, man, and get their energy savings and do their thing, I'm like, man, I think that's really how a lot of these places are going. But I think the future in commercial cannabis production is in double, triple deckers and shit like that with these LED lights. You know, because you're able to, you know, literally, I mean, just by 2 stories, I mean, if you had 10,000 square foot space, you know, and you're utilizing, you know, say 5,000 of it for, you know, growing, you know, so you instantly turn your small little 5,000 grow into a little 10,000 canopy space grow by just double decking, you know, so that's kind of where the industry is going. And I think you're going to see a lot of people going LED as we go along, just because it's going to be like monkey see, monkey do, you know. Facility sees another facility running, you know, LEDs and has these big ass fucking buds and whatnot. And they're like, yeah, it's half the cost. And, you know, yeah, I mean, why not? And at the same time, you're not dealing with all the heat, so your VPD levels are much better. You know, the food in your medium will last longer, so you're literally save money all around the board, from watering to air conditioning to literally how much food your plants uptake, because your roots are going to have moisture longer because your plants aren't going to be working as hard with all that heat. So, yeah, everything comes into play. And that's why I think, yeah, the LEDs are really the way. It's just where I'm at right now. I'm definitely at that point where I'm ready to do some research and development with these lights, man, and really see what they can do under proven, you know, grow conditions, you know, with good methods, and see how they react, you know. Like whenever I talk about what's it called, Lux Lighting, for example, you know, I think this is probably the biggest company right now. People may hate me for this one. I don't know if you're a Lux Lighting fan, but yeah, you know, they do great deals. You know, they're just a great example of what I'm talking about. Like, that you can get great bud weight. They'll give you great deals. You know, the light technology itself is, you know, it's getting there. But one thing that seems to throw off, and this is with a lot of brands like this, they're up and comers. They come out, they're doing everything right, but they skip some major steps. And, you know, like, I think they could probably implement, I'm not a scientist or anything, but they just don't seem to have the resin production, you know. And from what I understand, that's from UV, you know, mainly. But I don't know that, you know. I just noticed that, you know, I've facilities that have ran Gavitas and facilities we've ran the Lux Lighting. It's like we had like no foxtailing out of the Gavitas with insane resin production, you know, and under the same exact methods, you know, grown commercially in the same rooms and everything, using the Lux Lighting, they had foxtailing and less resin production. And I was like, you know, and I don't do it to ever diss on people. And I've even told Lux Lighting themselves that, you know, it's more of a constructive criticism and a consumer report than anything. I would love to see a company like that dial in those things, because a company that does do good deals and works really hard to have a good quality product, good customer service, you know, once they get to those levels, it's like, yeah, they're going to really be crushing it. And I've seen pretty good results from them. I guess just whenever we're talking about comparing, fucking industry leaders against up and comers, it's it's cool, and that's what's fun, is being able to try them against each other and seeing which ones come out on top and which ones need a little bit more work, So what I see at that point is I'm like, cool, I'll ditch this model, and then we're going to retrofit with our better results, whatever gave us that. And then we go from there onto the next test. And if they end up dropping a new light down the road or something, they're just like, this is our new improved whatever, and all this and that. We'll give it a run, But that's how these guys are. They'll come out with a model and you give it a try, Not every model, even from the industry leaders, is going to be a big winner. So just knowing how to choose your light for what works best for you, a lot of it's depending on what you're trying to set up or what you have set up and you can't afford to change and all this and that, I use that reference of guys changing out HID lights that spend a lot of money to change out those, and then now they got options where they can just swap them out. On the other hand, going into it, you could always try and make double deckers, triple deckers, and work with LED lighting that you can keep real close, grow smaller plants, and cycle that way. So just making sure that you have the proper light intensity for the size of plant you're growing. And yeah, man, there's so many badass LEDs out there now, and it's really exciting. They are more expensive. So always make sure you check into their warranties too, because nothing sucks more than when you go spend $1,200 to $1,500 on a light, and then they have a shitty warranty, or a terrible customer service or whatever. Because that's one thing I'm real big on, and I love the industry leaders for. They are going to get back to you, and they're going to, if you got their product, it's like, you got to guarantee that they're going to help you out with it. Gavita's like that, Hortilux is like that, those are my two top favorite lighting brands. They crush it, and they have the history to prove it. I can't tell you how many grows I've walked into with those lights, and they're doing a great job, but yeah.
Well, Mr. Clover 420. I'm gonna have to this time. I'm gonna actually have to call it because
you tapping out on me?
Fucking yeah, I gotta fucking go do a real job tomorrow. I'm already fucking all day long. I've been thinking to myself, what in the fuck am I thinking? What in the fuck am I thinking? What? But it is what it is.
Oh yeah, buddy. Well, thanks for having
me. I appreciate you coming on. Well, I got a few things to tell you before you go, so don't run off yet. Don't run off yet. Well, first thing I want to tell you is keep the Zoom number, please. You said you're a night owl, so any night that there's a rabbit hole or it leads to a rabbit hole, one or the other, feel free to jump in, man. The Zoom number is always the same. You see us all smiling, boom, all of us hanging out, and you want to come fucking smoke and talk with us. There's no invite anymore. Once, you just go pop on. I just click the button. There you are. The invite portion of it's over. Now you come anytime you want to come out and hang out now. So it's an open invitation from this point on.
Awesome, man. So. Yeah, I'll do that. Because I got you on here, so I'll get your notification whenever you go live and stuff. I definitely pop in and shit, man. And like I said, I'm gonna try and keep everybody up, kind of like up to speed as I'm doing this Oklahoma thing, so I can show y'all what's going on and stuff. It's gonna be really fucking exciting and fun to watch, you know. And hopefully, you know, down the road we have some more maybe opportunities for some weed nerds down the road, you know. Once we end up growing our brand into Oklahoma, you know. So yeah, keep a lookout for you know, follow me at Clover of the Dank and give me a follow. Come check it out if you haven't. If you got Instagram, not really do any other social media really much. I like Instagram. It's pretty badass.
One other thing I want to ask you for before you go, and that's the
Yeah.
the soundbite. Your soundbite for this episode. Basically, it's like the old school radio fucking. Hey, this is fucking Pantera, and I'm on fucking Z-Rock. But in this instance, it'd be more like fucking. Hey, this is Clover, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 255. You can do whatever else you want with it, plus minus. Basically, this will be your commercial for your episode on Instagram. So, that's what I'm looking for anyway. If you could.
Yeah, I got you, man. Well, I'm Clover, fucking weed nerd. You can follow me on Clover the Dank on Instagram. Hall of Dank. Did I mention I'm a fucking weed nerd? Hell yeah, brother. Come on, what's your show? It's a fucking talking shit with Eagle. I like that, man. Hell yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm not very good at the whole promo thing, but yeah, come on here, talk some shit with Eagle, talk some shit with Clover from time to time, you know, whenever my ass isn't fucking running circles around myself. Hell yeah, man. We're here. Talk a little bit.
Man, I do appreciate it. Oh, did I cut you off, Bradley? I didn't mean
No, I was gonna say we can talk a little bit of bullshit next time if we ever have any more topics. You know, questions about growing or anything like that, man. I love talking shop about weed and what I've learned over the years and trying to pass on the knowledge. Like I said, that Sub passed on to me, and like I said, a large majority of knowledge that I am talking from has come from him. So I just the other small part would be from my own experience. But yeah, man, thanks for having me. I don't want to hold you up and shit. I know you got to probably get up early and go do some adulting tomorrow. So yeah, man. I'll pop in anytime you got a stream going or something, dude. If you want, do you want me to message you? Just pop on in.
Just pop on in. If it says rabbit hole, you're more than welcome to jump on in.
All right, buddy.
Please do.
Hell yeah, dude. Sounds good. Well, like I said, thanks again for having me, and I hope everybody, had a chill time hanging out with us and stuff. Just smoking some bowls, talking some shit with Eagle. So
that was the soundbite right there. I gotta go back and clip that out. Shit.
Well, I hope everybody has a dank night. Fucking, tag your favorite grower, your favorite pick, share that shit. Let us know what you're smoking on. Show us a pic of that. We like to see that shit, Tell us what you learned, you know what I mean? What your experiences with, we can learn about doing this shit together. That's what it's all about, man. So thanks for having me, buddy. I don't know when to shut the fuck up, by the way.
No worries, man. I appreciate you coming on, and please come back. please come back. They're already, I don't know if you're reading chat, but they're already asking you to come back and saying they're giving you a follow. I'm sure you'll get a heck of a response from hanging out tonight. And thanks again, brother. It means a lot. It really does.
Absolutely, man. I'm feel blessed, and I'm happy that you had me, man. I know I kind of beat around the bush. I was trying to fucking find a moment where we could line this shit up, but we finally made it happen. So, and I'll definitely be sneaking in here again. So, uh, I'll take one more little final toke before I guess we sign off and all that. Everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, enjoying this episode. I know you did. And I'm probably not shouting out tonight. Maybe I will. I don't know. But appreciate you tuning in. You guys know the deal. Random acts of kindness save lives. Please do something nice for somebody. And thank you for tuning in. Any last thing you want to say, Clover?
Have a dank day.